Hey everyone, welcome to day 6 of the COVID Client Challenge. It is overcast where I'm at currently, so it's a little bit darker. Kind of crappy weather, not super crappy, but looks like maybe a storm might roll through or already has, one of the two. So anyway, let me check the audio. We're gonna work on one of our tracking sheets for dials. And then I'm going to tell you what we did to course correct some things that happened yesterday, and we'll take it from there. We'll jump on the phone basically. All right. Check audio. Can everyone hear me okay? Let me know you can hear me okay. And I'm going to start on. I am going to give me 1 second. I got to tell people to stop bothering me because it's my birthday. And okay, that should take care of it, I hope. Audio. Okay, everybody can hear me good. So let's go to our tracking sheet, and we're going to create a new tab here. Screen, there you go. We're going to create a new tab here. Come on. There we go. And it did 2 tabs. That's fine. First thing we're going to set up is our sales tracking. Just like that. And first thing we're going to track is the date. Second thing we're going to track is agent. Right? We're going to track the number of dials. We're going to track the number of decision makers. We're going to track the number of qualified pitches, closes. We're also going to track the amount, the initial deposit amount. Okay, make it a little pretty, nothing fancy, just like so. Okay, now yesterday was 4/29/20. So this would be for April, for example. Then we can do May, right? So we could do the same thing. Just drag that on down until we hit 31. Just like that. Okay. Agent William. Drag that on down. Nice and easy, right? All right, number of dials yesterday. We had 5, really, that came through. We spoke to technically 2 decision makers. We had 1 qualified. 0, 0, 0. Okay? Actually, let's make this... where's format? We'll do that later. It's okay. We don't have to get fancy. We can do that later. All right, so sales tracking. Let's move that over to here. And we're going to move this one over here. We're going to call this sheet, this is going to be our customer onboarding. And later we'll do the others. Let's see. What do we got here? Add campaigns, and then continued for support. So let's do that. Do that again. Okay, there we go. That was weird. This is going to be... Okay. And this one's going to be... Okay. Alright. Cool. So that's how we can track stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go back in the arrows here. Pretty much, let's see. What we'll do is we will... no, we'll leave it. We'll leave it unchecked. We will make it yellow, since that's on our next to-do list there for setup. We'll do expenses some other day. Not really feeling like doing that right now, to be honest. We will get that done, but it's not necessary for what we have as a focus today. Yeah, so we have sales tracking. Here we go. So this would be a sheet similar to, like, as you scale out, which we'll cover later as we scale. This would be a sheet that position 2 would have, your closer. It would actually be a little bit of a different sheet for each position. Position 1, the opener, and position 2, the closer. Because position 1 is going to have dials if they actually spoke to a decision maker, and then how many people said yes to the question, do you need more business right now? That's what position 1 does. They open the conversation. And then the closer would have how many dials, how many decision makers, and then same thing as what you see here, qualified pitches, closes, right? So pretty much this sheet is for position 2. Position 1 is mainly, it's a little bit different, a little bit shorter to track, but all the data from that can actually be pulled from the software that we like to use for position 1. So that comes later, because I'm not trying to spend more money right now. I'm trying to get clients in and get everything running, dialed in, right? So anyway, that's where we're at currently with the sheet. So let's let me make a new. I'm gonna make a new tracking sheet here for the day. And I fucked up already. All right. All right, there we are. Everybody see that? I don't know if you can or not. Let's see if I can get it right. The light for the camera is a little bit awkward. See if I can get it right. A little fuzzy. There we go. There we go. There it is. Dials, decision makers, qualified, pitch, close, and then how many times I asked for the money on those pitches over there, and I labeled out 10 just so that I have enough. I'm going to throw this away along with my screw up. I'll shred those later. Alright, now to explain what happened yesterday. So I went back and checked all my settings and everything. There's no issues there, which is good. Had a talk with Dale. He suggested it might be the list, and I know several people said it sounds like you're not talking to enough people that were qualified. I thought perhaps it was an off day, but given the fact of what we went through and experienced yesterday, I went back through and checked the list, and apparently when I grabbed the list originally, it pulled in a bunch of additional data, so that was useless, obviously, based on the calls we had yesterday. Which kind of sucks, but at the same time, you got to see a lot, and I have a feeling you're going to see a lot more today, because I went through and made sure that the data was much more improved. So, good learning lesson there. Good news is, I mean, on the dialer, all those calls coming in, all the follow-ups to do and stuff like that, I spent $29 yesterday. So not even 30 bucks, and that's what I got out of it. So if you were to do the math, like if you were to sign up with Dollar Central, for example, and run with a 300 account, right? 300 in your account, that was 10% of your what you could get for $300. I mean, that's, and considering it wasn't targeted, you're about to see what that looks like today and tomorrow, pretty sure. But anyway, I'm glad to have seen that because I was really wondering what was going on. That said, I also looked up, I don't know why I did this, but I was just curious, I guess. I was going through the messages again on 800 Link, voice messages that people left for me, and I saw that number for that guy that like told us to take our sales call and put it where, right? And I looked up that number and I found out this guy is a taxidermist for game birds. A taxidermist, right? Someone who stuffs animals for a living, and reported revenue is 26 grand. So yeah, I would be in one employee. I would be a little bit upset too with everything, including life, if I was making $26 stuffing animals for a living. I'd probably be a little bitter, maybe. Who you never know. You can't judge. Anyway, that was an interesting find. So yeah. Plus, living in Idaho, not that that's a bad thing or a bad place or anything, but let's face it, he's out in the middle of BFE, right? And doesn't make that much. He's probably not very happy with where he's at, and it's not an essential business, so he's probably out of business for right now and possibly for good. I don't know. Anyway, happened to be that he was listed under repair services under his category, which is kind of weird because that's not really repair. But anyway, let's get the dollar going. I'll take a look at the oh shit, looks like I gotta log into it. I will do that right now. I'll check the comments real quick before we or as we get going. Get some deep breaths in. Okay. What is today? Thursday, right? Let's go to 1 again. Let's see what happens. We'll go from 9 to 1, see what happens. Let's hit save on that. Change out my settings. Change to today's date. Start and end campaign, hit save. Alright, so we should be active now. Headset. Okay. And log into Ring Ads. I'll do that real quick. Script, which has a bunch of shit on it. Stuff I can just follow up with later. Okay. Comments. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that. A little late to the party. That's okay. We're going to start calls up here. Dialer should be running. Let me just double check that. Yep. Dialer's running. Hard to remember, but it is Thursday. Groundhog Day again. Throwback Thursday. Actually had a really funny Throwback Thursday post one year. For my birthday, I posted a Throwback Thursday picture of a like an enlarged picture, like a microscope zoomed in on a sperm, and I was like, Throwback Thursday, like that was me, you know, way back when. Because I got tired of seeing all the Throwback Thursday stuff. There was a time when that was like super popular. I was tired of seeing it in my newsfeed. That was years and years ago. I did that maybe, I don't know, 5-6 years ago at least. Get my drink too. Enjoy myself. Take it easy today. I got the Jack Daniels ready. It's a whiskey day, so I'll probably break that out for a little celebration here towards the end of the call. Take a break and go make me a Jack and Coke. Man, I haven't drank in quite a while, a few months at least. Sun is starting to try to come out. That's good. Not used to having this beard, and I have to start grooming it here a little bit more than I do usually, or shave it, one of the two. Yep, she's dialing. Here we go.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to...
Appliance Repair Direct Calls, this is William. How can I help you? Alright, I just lost that call. Have to wait on the next one. A little bit of silence. Nothing really to say right now. I don't know. Just not feeling like saying anything. Unless somebody's got questions. If you guys got questions, feel free to ask. I'll catch up to it. Hate dead air. Any questions, feel free to ask away. Excuse me. So we had one transfer, but they hung up. Could call them back, but I don't want to not be able to answer the phone, see? Of course I lose the connection. That's great. But what I can do is write down that number, 719. Hey guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. And I'm back. Okay. I did not miss anything, so that's good. I don't think. No. Remember, as you first start out, these calls are not going to just pour in unless you have your ports set really high. And our goal is to talk to a bunch of people, not just have calls come in and have to follow up with everybody, right?
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls, this is William. How can I help you?
I'm sorry, I got the wrong number.
That's okay. All right, wrong number. I know I went through this list. It's going to be a lot better today. I know that. 100% know that. Maybe it's just a shit time for us to call. That's entirely possible, based on what I know about the vertical. But you still close business. I mean, it should not be a determining factor of like when you like what if you can't make calls at certain times. Like as long as you can get a hold of people and it's during a good hour, you should be fine. You'll still be able to close business. So basically, we're starting over today, kind of. We did get a few calls in, but that were on point. But the overwhelming majority wasn't. So, of course, a connectivity issue. That sucks. That sucks. I don't think this is as inaccurate as a representation as it could be. I wish I had some better news for you right now, and it will get better. There's no doubt. But it's kind of interesting to see what it's like just to use this as a way to take on calls. The dial pad, I mean, right? I happen to think it's probably an easy thing to fix, I'm hoping. And I've got it documented, so the dev team should be able to take a look at that and get that fixed. And I say fixed, it's not necessarily broken. It's just not working, let's say playing well with others, right? On the calls coming in like that. So obviously got to get that looked at. But then again, I mean, if you have too many calls, even with call waiting, if you have too many calls coming into your cell phone at one time, for example, people are just going to hear the busy tone, right? Or that this call could not be completed, as you know, not as dialed, but could not be completed. That stuff happens. So anyway. Sorry, I missed the previous stream. How am I getting calls to come in? I'm using Ringless Voicemail, voice broadcasting, with a couple of pre-recorded messages, and we covered that on stream day 4, and day 5 we actually ran yesterday for a little while. I didn't realize yesterday's stream was 5 hours. It almost felt like it was 2 or 3. Time kind of flew. That was pretty interesting to see. Quick poll, how many got the client agency site ready to promote? That's a good question, Sid. I'd like to know that. And what would you improve on the dial pad system? Just there's a Twilio reconnect error with the microphone in the Like it seems like maybe it's because dual calls are coming through and we don't have call waiting. So one thing I'd like to see is call waiting as a function, right? And maybe a mute button and the ability to, if something does fail to connect and it's still ringing, for me to be able to pop up with the dial pad, or not dial pad, but the accept or decline call buttons. Because right now, if a call comes in and that connection doesn't happen, it'll say hit retry, you hit retry, and then the screen goes away on the dialer for actually completing the call or answering the call. Which means I have to sit there and let it ring and listen to it and not be able to do a damn thing about it until it stops ringing. Yep. So those are a couple things I would look at for the dial pad for sure. Just because it would be nice. So here we sit. Here we sit. Anybody practice their scripts last night? At least you got to see a pretty consistent run through at the very beginning. I mean, no matter what happens in the call, it's the same thing, right? Same thing.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you? That happens. Screeners. You gotta love people that screen their phone calls. Had some real sweethearts yesterday. Actually, if you think about it, the amount of people I talked to that were friendly versus not friendly or unfriendly, or left voice messages. I had one super unfriendly guy, right? Like downright hostile. And then the rest, I mean, which was several people that I spoke to, even if it was a wrong number, were very friendly. It's good to know. I mean, those aren't the average numbers. Like if you were to go say hello down the street to people, especially in a town like Vegas, you know, where I'm from, you say morning to people, good morning, right? And they smile and say it back. And I can't tell you how many times I've said something like that to people, and they just, sometimes it's long enough, it's far enough ahead to where they're walking at a slow enough pace that they just go like looking at me like, what planet are you from, right? It's kind of funny because I've been here for years and I still do that. I still say good morning to people. And every once in a while here in Vegas, you'll find somebody that says good morning back to you with a smile or appreciates it. Yeah, most people just aren't even out here. They're just not even used to that. That's the last thing they're thinking about. Kind of funny. Andrew, no, I did not find out why I can't pick up the calls. Didn't have time to send that into the dev team. I just documented it, took some screenshots, and then it's just something we're going to have to deal with over the next couple days until I can get the dev team to take a look at it and get it fixed. But again, it's not really a fixed thing. It's just getting it to play well with what we're trying to do with it. It wasn't intended or designed for that, so that's why we're having the challenge. I'm almost certain of it. think we have a message in 800 link too, by the way. A new one. Yeah, we got a couple.
To a warranty specialist. Warranties are mileage and time sensitive. They must be extended before your vehicle reaches certain...
Nope, that's auto.
Hi, this is Bryce with Reliable Appliance Service. Responding to your inquiry. 410-239-6723.
Okay. That's somebody to follow up with. I know that. And that's a solid lead. Specifically said what? I am interested in what you are having to say. So what we're going to do is write his number down. What was his name? Ooh, I'm slipping. I usually remember.
Hi, this is Bryce with Reliable.
That's right. All right, Bryce. All right. Let's go back to here. You know, I wonder, since it uses the browser, I wonder if maybe I just have so many tabs open that that's a problem. Something I might have to split test. I'll just have the dev team look at it. They'll do that for me. I'll mention that, though. Tell them I'm a tab freak, and that might be causing the problem. See what they say. But I just thought of that. Yeah, you notice, like, it seems like what? Like I don't have any fear getting on. Hold on. Come back to that in a second. Of course, retry connection. That's awesome. See, I click that, and then I don't have the ability to even turn the ringer off. That sucks. Believe me, I'm not just letting it ring for, oh man. So I got that one. Got that one listed. All right. Dealing with the fears, like, it may seem like I'm not afraid of the phone, and I guess I've done it enough times, and I'm, hold on one second. Let's try this.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you? Hello? Hello? Okay. You feel the fear and do it anyway. I mean, you probably heard that a million times, but the reason why you let fear control what you do and don't do, in this case don't do, is because the fear weighs more than the outcome on the other side. And a lot of times I understand, stepping into a business that you maybe don't fully understand yet, that you're working on building and all that kind of stuff. It's like, how is the fear not greater? Which is why I talk about confidence in your offer all the time. Your confidence in your offer should be all that you're focused on in the delivery to your clients or potential clients that you're trying to get as clients, right? That should outweigh any fear. In fact, if anything, it's an obligation. It's something that you have to do because there are people that need your help out there, and if they don't hear from you, then the fear wins, right? So I don't really... Now, does that mean I don't get butterflies? Sure, I get butterflies. Like, I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, I got to make calls today. I'm not really feeling like it. But at the same time, I started shifting my mindset to what happens if I don't make the calls, right? To have it weigh more than the fear. And the fear is, for me now, is more of like a fleeting thought, as opposed to where most people let let it sit and simmer and then debilitate them completely, like paralyze them. That's the difference. Being able to manage and control your thoughts better, I guess, is the best way to say that. There's no other real way to make that happen than just to get get confident and solid on what you're doing, what you're offering, not yourself, but what you're offering. Let's see. Cool. All right. Just waiting for the next call. Feels like it's moving slower again all of a sudden. It's weird. It's not, but it is kind of weird. Just going to do a quick refresh. Oh, it's chugging along. We've only been doing this, what, I don't know, 20 minutes at the most? Something like that. Spent a few minutes going over the tracking sheet, right? Super important. That's something I could cover. Tracking sheet. The reason we do that is because, well, obviously to know where we're at, but the reason we track each piece or each number like that is because we can use those numbers to diagnose where the problem is or where a problem might be as to why the sales are off. You know, if you're not pulling in, if you've had 10 pitches and there's no clients, right, for the day, then obviously you've got some things to work on in the pitch, right? Which almost every time, not every time, but almost every time, it's going to be lack of urgency and reassurance. Those are the two things almost every time. If it's you're getting a lot of answers or you're talking to a lot of people but you're not talking to the decision maker, it's because you're not able to get in front of the decision maker, which is something you're going to have to work on. If it's talking to the decision maker is not a problem, but you can't get people qualified, you might want to take a look at your qualifications and what you're trying to do. They may be off a bit. If it's they get qualified, but again, well, that leads into the pitch, and then you know the deal. The problem with the pitch is very apparent if you have a bunch of pitches and no closes. So that's it. I mean, it's not many problems for you to look at. There's plenty of solutions to those problems or challenges, but there's not that many to keep track of. And you're going to be able to look at someone's data for the day and know exactly where their problem is. And just starting out, you should see kind of that flow that I was talking about, where first the dial column fills up, then the decision maker column fills up, then it's a process. Oh, those are just mile markers. Those are just milestones. And so as you start to see the data fill up in each column, when you're starting out with somebody that you just hired, you know they're heading the right direction. Then you got to start evaluating their close rate, right? If they're closing 1 in 7, what can you do to help them close at 1 in 5, 1 in 4, 1 in 3, even on some days? What is it about what you're doing that they need help with, right? So that's the name of the game. That and waiting for the phone to ring. So that's why we track. Is this the dialing and smiling part? Pretty much pretty much. Just be ready to go. I always like to make this, if I can, the first part of my day. First part of my day. So I usually don't like calling on Mondays, because calling on Monday morning's not good. Monday afternoons is all right. It's not great, but it's better. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those are all good in the morning, right? Friday afternoon, not so much. Everybody's going away early, right? Going home early, checking out early, mentally even. And we don't want that. We want to catch them in the heat of things, right in the middle. Calls are going. Oh. Hold on. Let me get there. Of course, I lose the connection. Wow, and it stopped early. So somebody must have been trying to get through. There we go. It still won't connect. That's the same number though. That guy's blowing me up. That's weird. Let me see about calling him just real quick. I know I'm supposed to be taking calls, but let's see what happens. Well, that's weird. That's the number that kept blowing me up. Oh well. A little chalky. Not too bad, but There we go. Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
Good morning. My name's Teresa. I'm calling from AZ Appliance.
Yes, ma'am.
You-
This is William with Appliance
William,
Repair.
sorry, I didn't get the name. I just got the phone number and the rest of the message.
Oh, that's
sorry.
okay.
I was going to advise that we would be interested.
Yes.
What you have to do is submit an email with I don't know, whatever information you need from us, or what you need us to fill out as far as applications or something. You would send it over to my manager,
Okay.
and the email is azapplianceserve@gmail.com.
Serve as in CERV.
Yeah, SERV. Sorry.
Okay. And that goes to your manager. What's your manager's name?
Lewis.
Lewis. Okay. Is that Lewis or Louis?
No, Lewis, and
Got
he's
it.
actually the owner.
I got it.
Right. Now, do you have any urgency as of like today or tomorrow?
Well,
We
the
don't have
calls-
availability today, but we do have some tomorrow. I don't know what areas you're looking for.
Well, typically what I do is I find out like how many texts you guys have, if you're going to be able to take the calls that I have coming in, because any given area, it depends on your service area, but I could have anywhere from, half a dozen to a dozen calls a week come in, if not more, that where they need service. And so I actually have a back office that I run everything through, but like I said, I have to ask some questions. I mean, it'd be better if I could, I know you said email, but short of emailing him my website, which has information on it, sure, but
Right.
I still don't know anything about you guys if you're going to be a fit for being able to take the calls. I mean, because the last thing the last thing we want is to deliver phone calls that aren't getting serviced. You know what I'm saying?
Are not going to be. Oh
or
yeah,
a good fit.
right.
Right.
Right. We deal with all types of warranty companies, William. So we are.
That's good.
Right. So we are. He is a certified technician. We do at the moment, because everything that's going on, we only have one technician.
Okay.
Right. So we do. We kind of slowed down, but this last month, for some reason, because the other technicians in the area closed, I think we're one of the only ones open in the northern Arizona area. So
Right.
we do service, Sedona. Like I said, our technician is a certified technician. So he's LG certified. He does Samsung, all major appliance brands.
Right. Well, LG,
But-
Samsung, I mean, washer dryers, for example, that's going to be good money for you guys.
Right. Yeah, he does washers, dryers, refrigerators. He does do some commercial units. If they're in the, as far as laundromats or freezers in like coffee shops or things like that. So he does do some commercial units. It just depends on what the brand is, and of course, if we're able to get parts for them.
I got you. Okay. And I'm
Right.
assuming he's out in the field today if he's the tech.
He is. He's out in the field.
When do you
Right.
think,
So what I can do, if you like, is I can take your information, even if you send him the email, and then I can forward it to him. Now, do keep in mind that he is, I don't know, I think because of everything going on, we're one of
Right.
the busiest. Right. So we are so busy, so I can't guarantee that he'll call you like today, but I can definitely send him your information. But if you need something, you can always go through me, and then I can talk to him about it, because I can see him like on the weekends and stuff, and I don't know if he'll be
I got
making
you.
calls on the weekends, Right.
I got you.
Do you have like a more direct line, or would this be the only phone number?
This would be a good direct line for me, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And anyway, yeah, I'll send over an email. Like I said, it'll have a website and everything, but I'd really like to be able to take a few minutes and speak with him about, and if he's too busy, I mean, I don't want to drive calls that he's not going to be able to take. That doesn't make sense, right? I want somebody that's
Right.
going to be able to
No,
take the calls.
exactly. And we always, like I said, we are busy, but we always schedule the customers obviously in a slot where we're able to meet their requirements. So
How far-
we won't overbook ourselves, or
How far booked out are you guys?
Oh, right now we're not. We're practically open from one on. So tomorrow we have some availability. It just depends on the area,
Okay.
and then we do have availabilities next week. So
Okay.
we're not like, yeah. So we're getting busy practically as we go. It's not like we're busy like a week out or nothing. You know, like
Gotcha.
today we only had one. And all of a sudden, from yesterday till this morning, he ended up with 11. So I know he thought he was going to
gotcha.
have an easy day, and then all of a sudden he has 11 calls. So right,
That's
which
the
is good
way-
for us. We're not complaining.
Yeah, that's the way it goes in the appliance industry, man. They just break down all at
Right.
once, it seems like. That's a good thing for you
It
guys,
seems like
though.
it. Yeah, it is a good thing. And like I said, if you send us work orders, we're very honest. We'll let you know if we can do it. If not, that way you can let your customer know. We'll speak directly to the customers. We'll let them know if like we do try to work with them. A lot of customers are not available. They prefer you go in, do your job, leave a note, leave business cards or whatever. A lot of customers want you to be there. So we do work with the customers, and like I said, we will not overbook ourselves. So if we advise you that we can go, that's because we've already set it up in the schedule and stuff.
Okay, very cool. And
Right.
just so I got my records right, your name is?
My name's Teresa.
Teresa.
Yes, and the company is called AZ Appliance. If you, I don't know, if you're more familiar, some customers know us as Adobe because that's what it used to be before. But the owner actually retired and passed the company on to the technician.
Oh,
Right. So if you ask around, everybody more likely are going to know us as Adobe.
I see.
Right. I mean, it's the same great service. It's just, it got bought out by the technician, right?
Oh, okay.
And but like I said, we do a lot of repairs for like a lot of warranty companies as far as Choice, Landmark. So we do have a lot of reference, and he has a lot of experience in the business. If I'm not mistaken, this guy has been doing this since I believe he was like 21 years old. And I'm not going to say how old he is now, but it's been a while.
I won't.
I don't know about how men feel about their age, but us women.
Yeah, your
You have
secret's
to
safe
guess.
with me. I won't say anything. But,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's very experienced. And like I said, we have, if you Google the business, you'll find a lot of, comments. And so he's known in the area.
Okay, that's good to know.
Right.
Good to know. Okay.
So, yeah,
I'll,
just send over the information, and then I'll send him the text with your information and ask if he can, have some time to call you, and that way you guys can speak a little bit,
sounds like a plan.
more about it. Okay, sir.
Have a good day, Teresa.
You as well, William.
Bye for now. All right. Why didn't you stay on script? Hold on, I'll explain why in a second. Shit, which one was that? No. Wrong number. Hold on. Why didn't you stay on script, William? Well, because I knew I wasn't talking to the business owner. So at that point, it's all about getting information enough to be able to speak to the business owner. And that's stuff you just can't script out. But notice, like, I kept getting information. So number one, she said manager. Then she broke down, told me it was the owner. Then she told me his name was Lewis. Then she told me how to spell his name. Then she gave me the email address, which I will email the site and tell him I'd love to be able to speak to him, tell him what I got, phone calls coming in every day. And then I'm going to say, Teresa said you guys could use more business right now, right? So there's my there's my reference. And then he's a certified tech. I got some service area information, not a ton, but a little bit. Gave me an idea. They also gave me some insight on the fact that they're one of the only companies that are currently open. The others seem to have shut down, which is good for them. They gave me some information tidbits, like it used to be something else, named something else. It was passed from the owner to the current owner, who was a tech at that time only. They do a lot of calls from warranty companies, and she gave me a couple of names of warranty companies. And here's where it gets interesting, folks. Like, let's say I didn't do good enough market research, which I kind of did that on purpose so that I would come across a warranty call or someone mentioning warranty companies as there's another type too, by the way, manufacturers. hopefully that'll come up too. But warranty companies, here's the deal: like everybody that I end up driving phone calls to and for, you're going to end up with a bunch of people that have just had appliances fixed, right? And home warranty services like Choice and Landmark and quite a few others, but those are some big ones. And I can go and research, obviously, now that I've learned that. And I say that with air quotes because if it's something you already know, you can't really learn it again. But hold on, I'll finish that thought. Retry connection. Awesome. Let's let this ring and then I'll finish my my thoughts here. Oh, got another call, and that one goes away. Yeah, it's just there's multiple calls coming in, and I think it's screwing the system up. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that. Multiple calls come in, same as a cell phone. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I can't answer you, bro. I would if I could. Trust me. Anyway, so I'm looking at warranty companies, right? And I'm looking at warranty companies, and I'm going, okay, every call that I drive to a client that I actually pick and get is going to get, anywhere from starting out probably 30 to 50 calls a month, and it can expand into, as you dial your campaigns in, up to probably 100 calls in this vertical. So it's like, for a client, if they've got a good service area and enough techs to handle the calls. So I'm looking at this as like, man, 10 clients, that's like somewhere in the neighborhood of anywhere from 500 to 1,000 calls at minimum a month, where if I teamed up or partnered up with a warranty company and gave those phone numbers to that warranty company, they could go and sell home warranty services and cut me a piece off for the business. And so now all of a sudden I'm in the warranty business. I'm not in the warranty business, but I'm in the warranty business, if that makes sense. And it's a way to increase revenue. It's a way to increase revenue for the business without having to do much different than what you're currently doing. Because each person that has an appliance that had to be repaired is a good prospect for something like a home warranty, right? They have an appliance that needs to be fixed, and they don't rent because they would have called their landlord to get the appliance fixed, right? That's what tenants do, and homeowners call appliance repair companies. So it's a very targeted lead, and depending on how often you get them those leads on a daily or weekly basis, how fresh they are, then depends on it gives you the result of how many people are actually going to take that warranty service, right? Some people are already going to have something like that, but not many. Not many. You'd be surprised. That's why warranty companies do pretty well, especially with client lifetime value for them. It's very high. So some kind of referral program with these companies is something you're going to want to research and investigate. And that's not every vertical that's like this. Every vertical has its thing, if you notice. This just happens to be one of those things. The other thing that I was mentioning earlier that we haven't heard come up in conversation yet is manufacturers. People that get leads from manufacturers. I've had that come up a few times. Oh, we got a few questions here. Being in the UK, I've purchased a dedicated USA Skype number, so that being as I am back at work part-time, I can take the calls and call client back on missed call. Yep. But not putting it through Twilio. Do you think that's okay? I mean, you can put it through Twilio. I don't think that's going to kill you as long as you're not taking these kind of calls through Twilio. I think it would be better for you to do your prospecting direct to your Skype from 800 link to Skype, for example. And in my case, for us US-based people, I would do 800 link direct to the cell phone, and that works very well. New here, happy to be part of the group, happy to have you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I hope I have an awesome day too. I'm sure I will, one way or the other, right? Got a bottle of Jack with my name on it at the end of the day, so we'll see. That is the percentage of ringless voicemail versus voice broadcasts. I don't understand what you're asking. Thank you for the birthday wishes, along with the drink. Thanks for the blessings. Appreciate it. We'll see what happens here, but so far I've got two good leads in. I got one follow-up to do, well, two follow-ups to do now. Let me just refresh the voicemail stuff here. Did that come through recently? I think it did. I need a restroom break, to be honest. Let's pause the dialer. I'm gonna go in and pause the dialer. Come on, dialer. There you go. Pause that. And look it back. At least I think I was pausing it. Here we go. Pause, save. Cool. Back to the list. Let's come back here. I'm going to... Okay. Now, I'm going to take a restroom break here and just a mental health check, mental health break, right? So I can stand up, get the blood flowing, that kind of thing. Come back and make some calls again. But I've got two calls. Actually, it looks like a third voicemail here. I think this is a different one, isn't it? Let's listen in.
Yes, this is Appliance Doctor. You just called me, and you give me another number to call, and you try calling it. It hangs up immediately. It does not ring. You want to talk to me? Call and talk to me, and do not give me a recording again, because I will not call that number. Phone number is 402-46.
Okay, so he's a little miffed. Sounds like you got more than one recording or one try on it. That's interesting. That's okay, though. Was this one we had already listened to?
Hi, this is Bryce with
Yep. Okay, so we already heard that one. So we got two to call. One that I'm going to have to do a little bit of smoothing over with. Little baby, and I'm so sorry the phone hurt your feelings kind of conversation. Should be able to, as soon as he talks to a real person or connects with a real person, it should go away pretty quickly. Unless he's just having a real shit day. In which case he's going to either have to come into alignment in the conversation or he's going to have to go somewhere else with it, because that's not something that I'm going to entertain very long in a conversation. I mean, you can be upset, but if I'm here to do business, let's move past it, especially if it's something as trivial as ringing the phone and you not being able to talk to somebody and now all of a sudden you're talking to somebody, right? Let's focus on what's important. So that said, looks like 3 follow-ups right now. Spoke to one person, didn't get through the script, but again, that was more of a manager call, and that's something that we haven't done yet. So we've got 3 dials, no decision makers, yeah, we'll see what happens from there. But actually, we only have 1 dial. We have not called those back yet, and we will do that. Might even do that and then start the dialer back up after the break. So let's do this. That's funny. Let's do this. It's 10:13. Let's take a break till 10:23. Take a 10-minute break. 10:23. We'll be back here, and we'll be ready to go. If you've got questions, now would be a good time to ask. Take yourself a break, ask your questions, and I'll answer them when I get back. Okay, so I'll see you guys in 10 minutes or so. All right. Okay, we're back. Let's take a look at some comments here. See if anything pops up. See maybe if I missed something. And we'll do some follow-up calls just so you guys can hear what those sound like and start the dialer back up. Looks like, what is this? Okay. That's not meant for me, it's meant for somebody else. You guys are talking to each other, which is fine. I have no problems with that. I encourage it, actually. Alright. You guys can hear me, see me, cool. Let's see about this, these follow-ups here. Let's call Bryce first.
Hello, thanks for calling Reliable Appliance Service. Please leave a message. Call you back soon.
Okay, we'll call him back, or he'll call us back, one or the other. Who else was there to follow up with that we can do on the phone? What's that other guy? What was that number? I did not write it down. It's over here, though. Was it this guy?
Yes, this is Appliance Doctor. You just called me.
Yep, that's him. He even sounds upset. It's like, dang, dude. It's Thursday. If only these people knew it was my birthday. He wouldn't be half as shitty. Some still would. Because some people were just born to be that way. But, that's okay. Let's call this guy up.
Appliance Doctor.
Hey, this is William. How are you?
Fine.
I got your message. You sounded a little bit upset. Apologies. I don't know what was going on with the phone there.
Yeah, every time I call it, would not even ring. That was yesterday and today.
You know, it might have been. I was on the other line. I mean, I've been kind of slammed. I'll be honest. That might have been.
Well, it should at least ring, or ring busy or something. That would not even ring. It just shut off immediately.
Wow, that's crazy. Shut off. How about that? Okay. Well, anyway, glad I got you. I heard your message. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So somebody to talk to. Anyway, I've got live phone calls coming in for people that need appliance repair, and they're coming in every day, and they got to go somewhere, and I mean like now. Do you need more business right now?
You can always use business, but I need to know more about what the company is and what you're doing.
Yeah, same here. I need to know more about you too. The reason I'm calling is I want to make sure that the calls can get serviced and everything. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you have. But just a couple quick questions for you. I mean, how big is your service area, would you say?
Well, I service all of Lincoln, and I do go within 50 miles of Lincoln, but anything out of Lincoln has got a trip charge, a mileage charge on top of the Lincoln trip.
What's the mileage charge look like?
50 cents a mile each way outside of Lincoln,
Okay.
on top of our normal charge in Lincoln.
Gotcha. Okay. And how many techs do you have working?
Normally it's me and I got one other part-time person. Depends upon how busy we are. I've been in business since 1975 for myself.
Okay. Wow. Well, congratulations. There's nothing wrong with that. All right. Do you have anybody dedicated to answer the phone, or is it just you and the part-time guy?
I answer all the phones.
You answer all the phones. Got it. Okay. And that's including when you're in the field and everything.
That's correct.
I got
I
you.
answer phone 24/7, 365 days a year.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. So now I know your hours. Do you have standard hours that you accept calls mostly, or do you literally answer the phone?
24/7, 365 days a year.
Wow, you must not get any sleep.
When the only time the phone is shut off is when, or turned to silent, no ring, is when I go to church. Otherwise, it rings all the time.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. How many calls do you think you can handle a day? I mean, between you and your part-timer?
I don't turn down very many calls, period.
Okay, so you're saying you're wide open in terms of being able to book. You're not like booked out 2 weeks or anything, right?
No, I very seldom take any calls past 2 days.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good news. I like to hear that. And as far as like what you service, is there anything you don't do?
I don't service LG and I don't service Samsung.
Okay. Do you work on any, let's say premium brands like Sub-Zero, Viking, Miele, Wolf, anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you prefer those or?
I service everything but Samsung and LG.
Right. I was just asking what you prefer. I mean, like if I were to give you, the point is like every now and again I'll get calls like that where they're up, let's say, more expensive jobs. I know that they can have a lot more labor.
I do warranty work on Viking. I do Sub-Zero. I do warranty work. I do warranty work on most, Frigidaire. I do not do warranty work on Whirlpool because they won't give you the warranty work on it. There's only one in the area. So,
I got you.
And I worked on almost everything, but I do not work on Samsung or LG.
I got you. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, based on what I'm hearing, I think you'd be able to take very good care of these calls. I mean, I'd love to tell you a little bit more about me, but I'd like to just show you what we can do. So I say let's do this. Let's start small. Let's do something like 10 calls at $25 a piece, and that'll give us a chance to see each other, kind of figure out how we work, and let us prove ourselves to you.
I'm not going to pay for service calls. I'm not going to pay you to get me service calls.
You're not going to pay me to get service calls. Okay.
That does not happen.
That doesn't happen. Okay. So
nope, I've been doing business long enough that I don't pay people to give me service calls.
Okay. Well, do you mind if I ask? I mean, whether you do or not, I hear what you're saying. I just want to ask: are you trying to grow the business, or are you happy with the way things are?
I'm 69 years old. I'm not paying people to pay me. I'm not paying people to give me service calls. I've been doing service calls for 50 years. I'm not paying people to give me service calls. I do warranty work I do work for Home Warranty of America, Choice Warranty, American Home Shield. Let's see, America's Preferred Warranty. I don't pay them to give me service calls.
Of course not. Of course not.
I'm not about to start paying people to give me service calls. Not at this time. Not when I've been doing it for 50 years.
Gotcha. I got you. So you're not looking to grow the business.
Well, why would I want to grow the business at 69 years old? I got work. I'm not paying somebody to give me service calls. I'm doing their work. You're getting paid from the customer to take care of getting them their appliances repaired, and I'm not paying them somebody else to. You get paid from them and me. No, that doesn't happen.
I got you. No, I totally understand. You're just not in that position to grow the business. I will find somebody who is, and I appreciate your time.
Okay. You're welcome.
Have a good day. Hey, sometimes you meet a crabby old fuck. Just happens. 69 years old, not looking to grow the business. You could tell he was just in a shit mood. Try not to let that rub off on you, right? Do your best. It's easier said than done. Sometimes people they have it set in their mind that but you notice how he evaded the question. I hate when people do that. It's a real pet peeve of mine. So I keep asking the same question. So let me get this right. You don't want to grow the business. And then he follows up with, I'm 69 years old. Why would I want to grow the business? As soon as he said that, that's all I need to hear. Plus, someone who's been in the business that long, he's either looking to retire or pass the business off or sell it, which not a very good business person in my mind. If you want to sell a business, you grow it before you sell it. Shit. Whatever. Hey, his loss, I'll find somebody else. Don't waste your time on the phone with that person. That cost me 7 minutes of my time. No big deal, right? But I had a call with the guy, and so that was a dial. So we've got 2 dials where we actually spoke to someone. Decision maker spoke to one, and we went through the qualifying questions. We even made a pitch. We just didn't close. So now we've got, if you see here, progress. That was on a follow-up call, but still came from our running. There we go. Now you can see it pretty clearly. Don't mind that third mark on the dials. It's kind of pending until we actually get it official. So 2 marks on the dials, 1 on decision maker, 1 qualified, 1 pitch, no close. No big deal. We've had 1 pitch, and it was to a crabby fucking guy. I mean, there's no... You can call him what you want. It's just, he was crabby. Straight up. Like the entire call. Not cold as ice, and no need to be. That's what kills me. We got the phone thing cleared up, and there's no need to be crabby at that point, unless he's just having a shit day or he's 69 years old and he's very clearly set in his mind of how he wants to do business. Okay, well then why even bother leaving a message to call you back, right? Let's call Bryce again. And see. He might be out in the field. But we're going to call anyway. And then we'll jump back on the dialer.
Appliance Doctor.
Bryce.
Appliance Doctor.
Bryce.
This is
Hello?
Appliance Doctor. Can I help you?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thought is this Bryce?
No, this is Larry from Appliance Doctor. I just got done talking to you.
Oh, I apologize. I dialed the wrong number.
All right.
Have a good day. Last thing I want to do is call the... oh, I see what I did. I typed in the number, but I did not... whoopsie. Now he's probably really pissed. That's okay. Wasted my time. He could have led with that news. I'm not looking to buy any leads, right? He should have already known. And I think he did. He just wanted to waste time. Okay. I've got the right number this time. Let's call Bryce up. No, he heard me. 2-3 times that way. It's crazy.
Hello, thanks for calling Reliable Appliance Service. Please leave a message. Call you back soon.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey Bryce, this is William with Appliance Repair Direct Calls. Just giving you a call back. Tag, you're it. You can reach me at 833-728-0011. Talk to you soon. That's it. Left a message. I'll put that in. Man. Okay. So that means we can start up the dialer again. I'll check the comments as soon as I start up the dialer again. So let me start that up. Come on. Come on, little buddy. Save. Okay, successfully saved. It's active. Initiating. It'll be dialing shortly. And we'll just sit here and wait. Check out comments. 365 days a year, the guy's a walking zombie since 1975. Yeah. But he said he was interested in leads. Yeah. He did not say necessarily he was interested in leads. He said he could always use more business. I could always use more business, right? But he's not going to pay for it up front. In other words, he wants me to, he knows what he was asking for. He was asking me to just give him my phone calls. Like, how do I stay in business? And then at the end of the call, he very clearly stated that he understood that I would be making money from the calls, but he has no intention of sharing that revenue is his point. And he clearly has no intention of growing the business. That's why I asked him that twice, because he skirted that question the first time I asked it, and I pinned him down on it because he was being a dick about it, pretty much, the way he was answering it. So as soon as I got him pinned down on that, he couldn't not answer it, right? Unless he just wanted to give the game up. People are like that, you know. A lot of people don't give straight answers the first time around for some reason. It's a pet peeve of mine. You want to talk ad campaigns? Give me numbers. Give me the straight dope. Don't tell me it looks like, it feels like. Give me some numbers. Give me something I can work with and help you work with, right? That's how I do business, right? You either need more business right now or you don't. You're either growing the business right now or you're not. That is a yes or a no question. It's a yes or a no. Think about it. Anything else besides a yes or a no to a question like that, and it's very specific why I ask questions like that, because yes or no questions deserve yes or no answers, and yes or no helps you proceed in the way that you see fit in the conversation. And he didn't want to answer that question that way because it sounds bad. And maybe I got him thinking, man, I should be wanting to grow the business. But I don't think so. I think he's a little bit too close-minded for that. And I don't want a client that's going to be like that, right? Could I have pushed him and pushed him and pushed him and shown him and proved it? Yes. Why am I not wasting my time? Because I don't want to have to do that. There's no call for that. Especially when, let's say you get him as a client. How's he going to be as a client? He just showed you how he was going to be. If it took that to close him as a client, he just showed you what he's going to be like as a client. Not a good fit, right? Not a good fit. And anybody that's not a good fit, you just politely tell them, I don't think it's a good fit. Thank you for your time, right? And hang up the phone. Make it quick. Oh, here we go. First call of the new dialer session.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
William, this is Sandy calling from BJ's Appliance. You left us a message.
Yes, ma'am. I was calling because I got live phone calls coming in every day for people that need appliance repair, and they got to go somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry?
Yeah, we're not interested. So I just want to let you know we're not interested. Paul's retiring. He only works on old stoves, classic old gas ranges.
Like gas range, yeah.
He's
okay.
the expert. He's the expert in the West Coast. But he's retiring, so no, please, take us off your list.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, William.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
See? I'd much rather have a call like that where it's all business. It's all business. So we just talked to someone. She stopped me right in my tracks. Knew that that meant business coming in. And she's like, nope, retiring, only works on this. I wouldn't have taken him as a client anyway. To be honest, if he wasn't even retiring, he only works on old stoves, I'm not taking that as a client. I want somebody that can handle all major appliances. That's another thing. The older guy, only Samsung, LG, or no Samsung, no LG. Psh, that's a pain in the ass. Of course, I can't connect to that call. That sucks. Just have to sit here and let it ring. Someone's not able to take LG and a Samsung. I mean, those are two major brands for especially certain things like washer dryer. I mean, and they're good money, and we know that from our market research, right? So someone who specifically has to make it a point to say that they don't service that and be crabby about that fact tells me that he gets a lot of calls for that but can't service it because he doesn't service it. Probably because he doesn't know how, I would think, right? Those are definitely a different beast in terms of servicing. Either that or he's just not hooked into LG and Samsung's manufacturing and warranty department, something like that. That's a possibility, a great possibility. But whatever the deal is, it's just not probably the best fit for the older guy either that we spoke to about Lincoln, right? Just not.
Have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Updates regarding the recent coronavirus outbreak and also deliver information on ways to protect yourself from the financial burden this may cause. Do you have a moment to listen to this important update?
Nope.
I am sorry, my responses are limited. I just need to know. Do you have a moment to listen to this important update?
No.
Please state yes or no.
No.
Okay, one positive development that emerged on Friday is the U.S. government has decided to suspend all interest on all federal student loans until further notice. So I need to ask you, do you currently have a federal student loan with an existing balance over $10,000?
Have to couldn't find my hang up button. All right, there we go. Back in, waiting on the next call. Yes, sometimes that happens. You're funny. Said he wanted more business when you asked, yeah. Guess he thought he should get it for free. Pretty much. I mean, and there are people like that. Why should I pay you? And it's like, well, do you want to make more money or not? Like, then you got to learn to work with people. I mean, it's the only way you're going to make more money than what you're doing without, I mean, same thing. Like, you want to make more money in a business, you're going to have to be, you can't be the only tech. Because there's only so many hours in a day and only so many appliances in a day that you can take care of yourself. So that means you have to, in order to grow the business, rely on the help of other people, right? Just so happens that those people are in your employ, and I wouldn't be. I would be more of like a partner, if you will, but not a partner, right? I don't own an interest in the business, but at the same time, I definitely deliver some business, which is something a good partner would do. But I get compensated for that, and apparently sometimes, not always, but sometimes people get offended by the very idea that you would get compensated for doing good work, which, you know, some people might go, that baffles me. Well, not with me. I mean, think about it. How many bright people are there in the world, intelligence-wise? How many are not intelligent? In other words, how many are intelligent? Do the math. You're going to end up with more of those than less of those. Just plain and simple. But you will find some people that are interested, people that are friendly. On top of that, Not that everybody has to be friendly. Listen, I'll deliver calls to a complete asshole. As long as he's not the one answering the phone and answering it like that, like this one guy was. God, I can't imagine sending him business. Just the attitude of, well, I've been in business since '75 and haven't 50 years, whatever, and I don't do that, right? Which, by the way, it's not 50 years, it's 45 if you've been in business for since 75. Not saying that he can't do math, but it's not 50. And it just felt more like he was taking a call just because he thinks maybe I might just give him something. And this is the thing, like, there's people out there that teach you to give stuff away for free initially and then hook them like it's crack cocaine or something. And while that can work if you position it well, it's still a much more difficult sell than just the reason we start small is you try us out and you establish the value for your calls, and you don't deviate from that. You don't waver from that. And when you hold your ground like that, people respect it at the end of the day. And they also appreciate the value of what you deliver, which means that client becomes a lifetime client. And that's what we're looking for. We don't want some crabby old guy that is going to be crappy every time he answers the phone. Like, I don't care if he does answer 24/7. I want somebody that, I'd much rather have somebody that just does business hours 7 days a week or 5 days a week, 6 days a week, whatever, that is open to the idea of growing his business, right? Or her business, depending on who it is. Just can't do business with people like that. I guess you can, but you're not going to enjoy life. And neither will your client, because clearly he's unhappy. He's going to stay unhappy. The only thing he can do at that point is, if he becomes a client, is make me unhappy. The worst case scenario there is not me not getting that business. It's me getting that business and then him being a total dick about everything. Every single thing. And I just, nobody wants to deal with that. I don't think anybody on this call would want to deal with that. So, it's not really a loss if there's nothing to lose, right? So that's the good news there. Is there a best practice or a way to ask for the decision maker, like asking, are you the one that calls the shots over there? You pretty much tell right away. I mean, when you say, do you need more business right now, you're going to know. People are going to tell you right away, like the one lady did. She's either going to say, he or she is either going to say, I'm not the one that can make that call, right? Or you want to speak to the business owner, or you want to speak to this person, that kind of thing. Sometimes they'll just flat out say, I'm not the owner here, but yeah, we could always use more business. And at that point, it becomes it's no longer a call with someone that you can do business with, meaning to get to that person, the call has to shift gears immediately into what you can do to get in touch with that person. So name, email, phone number, without being an interrogator, right? You can still, by the way, find out a ton of information about what they currently do, because a manager should know what they service, what they don't, what their service area is, what their booking schedule looks like. You notice I asked her, Teresa, all that stuff, right? Not to like waste time or to fill up dead air or something. I did it because I want to know, so that when I send out my email, I can be a little more to the point, right? And explain show the guy that I'm emailing that I'm serious. I can do what I say I can, and I know a lot of intimate information, but I'm not being a dick about it. I'm being nice about it, and I'm here to help, right? That's why every email, I mean, yeah, you can send out a blanket email, but at the same time, it's much better when it's more personal, right? It's much better when it's more personal. Sometimes you can get a blanket email to appear like it's personal. That's why my templates work so well, pretty much across the board. But for something like that, where I've got that kind of information, that much information, it's worth customizing a little bit, for sure. For sure. Um, yeah, John, I don't think he actually wants that much business. You know, like you said, you commented on his attitude. Um, Maybe it's because he doesn't need that much business, and he only thinks a week ahead or a day. You know, it's him and a guy part time whenever he gets overloaded. So, you know, he's not really concerned with. He earns a living basically, and he's not looking to do anything ambitious. That's why he said, "I'm 69 years old," as if that's a good excuse to not grow a business. I mean, Jesus, you know, Colonel Sanders started when he was fucking 65 or something, right? There's many examples of older men that, and I say older, like not as a bad thing, but just older men in terms of age, make a hell of a living. Not McDonald, excuse me. Fuck is his name? He wasn't the founder of McDonald's, but kind of was. Just his version of McDonald's. And if you've ever seen the founder, you'll know who I'm talking about, Ray Kroc, right? That's what his name is. Ray Kroc started when he was got his big break, let's say, because he had been in sales and all that stuff all his life, but got his big break with McDonald's and that whole thing that he did, which I'm not saying he did great business, I'm just saying how old he was when he got to that point in his life. He was, I think, in his 60s. I could be wrong on that. So 69, and think about this, way back when, did we have the life expectancy increases that we have now? No. Like, people are living a lot longer. Like, that guy still got, per the numbers, on average here, law of large numbers, but on the average here, that guy's got at least till 80-something, maybe longer, on the average. Like, and to grow a business does not, I mean, if you grow it right, do you have to be the one in the field all the time? Apparently, this guy thinks you do, because he's still in the field at 69 years old. I mean, you know, people just have different ways of looking at doing business. I mean, that's why I'm teaching you guys how to build the business as opposed to just getting clients or just running campaigns. Like, all the business stuff that's tied to tracking, running, and managing the business. That's all important because it teaches you how to build and scale something that you, like when you turn 69, or if you're currently 69, within a few months to a year, doing exactly what I'm showing you, you're going to be able to have a business that runs itself, right? I've seen people do it in as little as 4 or 5 months. I've seen people take a year to do it. I've seen anything and everything in between, right? And then some. But those are, I mean, that's a really, if you look at most businesses, they usually don't even go into profit within their first 2 years. This model is one of the few models that I've seen. There are others, but this is one of the very few that I've seen that will produce a profit for you within your first year. If you're serious about it and you actually work at it, right? It will produce a profit within your first year, no doubt. And that's to most business owners, and which include the people we call clients and potential clients. To them, that's unheard of. It's unbelievable. Like, if they knew our business model and what we do, they'd probably start doing that. In fact, I've had a couple of people come into to Ring Ads that are in that boat where they run a business in a set vertical, and they're like, shit, well, we could just do this because we know the vertical so well, market research already, you know, there's a huge jump on things there. Plus, they can drive more calls for themselves on top of growing their business and helping other people in the same industry grow their business. They already have probably a lot of connections. They've probably talked to, let me check the dialer, make sure it's, because we got one call in, but just make sure it's running. Yep, it's running. Okay. Anyway, you get the idea. I've seen that happen because it's a totally different mindset, and not just mindset, but set of systems and processes to implement than most business owners are used to. You know, so some people are open to that, some people aren't. We just happened to find one that wasn't, but we've also found some that are. We have found a great movie. Yeah, it was a good movie. He runs a job and not a business. That's exactly right. hey, I'm a little over 60 and I can even use a mobile phone. That's great. Listen, guys, I've worked with people in their 70s. I've worked with people in their late teens and everything in between. Typically, I end up working with people in their, let's say, 30s to 50s, but like the bulk, right? But we've had people of all walks of life, from all walks of life, people with 9 to 5s, people that work 12 hours a day, people that run their own business, obviously, people that are unemployed. I've seen people completely bootstrap. Of course, they had to go about things a little bit differently, right? It requires a little bit of different strategy to be able to just bootstrap and kind of burn the ships mentality, right? Burn the ships. Yeah, I've worked with all kinds of people, all different walks of life, and so age doesn't matter in this sense. It does to that guy, right? That was my point. Like, to him, apparently it matters, but, you know, I have no idea why it would. Sounds like he may have even gotten stuck in that business. I mean, some people are just miserable, guys. I mean, there's no, you know, I feel bad for him. It's like, man, I hope you have a better day, but at the same time, like, when's the last time that guy probably had a good day? Because he seems just grumpy, you know, not happy. And I wish I could help him with that, but if he's not in business growth mode, I really legitimately cannot help him, and we're wasting each other's time. So beyond that, beyond finding out that, so he was just looking for more business, just not going to pay for it. Okay. I've run into that a few times in this industry. I've run into that a few times. I had somebody, actually, I have a recording of it somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. I have a recording of a guy that I spent 45 minutes on the phone with. Probably shouldn't have, but I liked him and knew I could drive calls for him. In this vertical is appliance repair. And that call went from I've done this before, I'm not going to pay you up front. He went from that to giving me a deposit. It can be done. It's just, and that guy actually turned out to be a pretty decent client, and that's why I stayed on the phone with him, because there were other things that he met qualification-wise. Like, he was really growth-minded. His whole family had been in the business for generations, I believe, if I remember this call right. And I'll see if I can find that recording. If I can, then obviously I'll post it up for you guys. But what was it? He had just started out on his own. It was just him, and I think him and another guy, or just him, one of the two. But he had just started out on his own. And his whole family had been in the business for like 30 plus years, so he was drawing on a ton of experience. He wasn't old, as in older. He was maybe 30s, maybe my age or so. Maybe a little older, but not much. And so it was cool to have that conversation with him, and then to have him go from, you know, not going to do it to doing it was pretty cool.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls, this is William. How can I help you?
Yes, this is Appliance Service and Repair. I'm just returning your call.
Oh, hey. That's funny. It's almost the same name. Listen, I got live calls coming in for people that need appliance repair, and they're coming in every day. I mean, and they got to go somewhere. And I mean, you know, like right now. Tell me, do you need more business right now?
Say it again.
I said, tell me, do you need more business right now?
Do we need business right now? Or
yes, sir.
Are we actually operating? Yeah, we're open now. We're working now.
No, I'm asking if you need more.
Sure.
Okay.
In terms of more customers to service their appliances?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. How big would you say your service area is?
We're in Houston. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Vegas, but I'm very familiar with Houston. It's a nice city when it's not being hit by a hurricane.
Right. Right. Now, what is your company? Yeah. What is your company again?
Appliance Repair Direct Calls.
Okay, appliance repair direct calls.
Yes, sir.
So you're like the middleman between the customers and certain appliance companies in this area, or just
I'm the
nationally?
middleman. I'm the middleman between the person who needs appliance repair, for example, washer, dryer, fridge, all major appliances, right? That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
I'm the guy that has, for example, and I'll walk you through this, but I have a back office where I direct connect those calls to you, so they don't come to me; they come direct to you. I'm looking for somebody that's going to be able to take care of them. That's why I'm asking, like when you say Houston, I mean, that's a big damn city. Pardon my French. That's like, I mean, do y'all take care of Katy and, Sugar Land?
Yeah,
I mean, like, what do y'all?
the majority of our area is North Houston, Northwest Houston.
Oh, okay.
West Houston, talking about Katy, Cypress. We're in Conroe Spring, the Woodlands,
Okay.
Costa.
So y'all must do high end.
Well.
You almost do high end then, huh? Like Sub-Zero, Viking, Wolf.
We do a couple of those. I have a couple of technicians that do them. Then I have some of our technicians we don't like to deal with certain ones because of the complication of getting the parts through certain companies.
Yeah.
But we do some Viking. It's the Bosch. Bosch is the biggest headache.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We don't like to do the Bosch appliance. Yeah, Bosch is just hard. They're not for what the customer pays for them. What they have to go through as far as getting serviced and getting parts, and it's just not worth doing that. But we do a lot of Bosch dishwashers. We don't like to do the Bosch fridge because the refrigerators and freezers, it's a lot more headaches with that. Just getting the parts, from Bosch.
Yeah.
It's been a headache with that. But we every now and then we'll do a couple of Viking, but we prefer to stay with, mostly your Generals, your GE, your Whirlpool, and we get a lot of Kenmore, Samsung. We do a lot of thermodors around here, Frigidaire.
I was gonna say y'all do the LG.
Thermodors a headache as well.
I was gonna say y'all do the LG,
Samsung.
LG, right? Yeah, that's probably your big money makers in terms of like easy job, big money, big-ish money. I say like for the dollar.
Customers just. From what the customers pay for them, yeah,
right.
It's plenty of them out. There's plenty of them out there. We get Samsung calls pretty much every day.
Right.
So it's pros and cons to that too. As a customer, you don't want to deal with that, but
well, it's good for you because you probably keep stuff in stock or have good ties with them and are able to get stuff quickly, right?
Well, we have our parts warehouses here
right.
in Houston that we pretty much go through. Sometimes it's not as easy as it seems when you're dealing with the parts with those companies, but it's common, so we can pretty much get them often as possible.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you. Okay. So, how many techs you got in the field?
We got about six right now.
6. Okay.
And we're doing pretty good with that, but definitely need more. So explain to me so how does your company benefit from this referral business, basically?
Well, we don't do direct referrals. What we do is we connect the phone calls direct, right? So I'm an advertising company, but I specialize in appliance repair. That's what I do, right?
Okay.
I run advertising to drive phone calls to you, and I have a back office actually that's like a full-on management system where you can actually log into the back office yourself as a client, let's say. You can hear your own calls that come in, like the call recordings. You can see who they came from. If there's there's actually something that we have is a dispute process where you can actually, if a call comes in, let's say it's on something like you said, Bosch fridge, you don't cover that, right? Well, then you can actually dispute that inside of our system. I'll get that right on our end and the admin side, and we'll listen to that call and be like, yep, that's a Bosch fridge, no good, and approve it. The credit instantly goes back to your account with us, right? And all that's automated,
right.
Which is pretty slick. I mean, so the idea is all we're trying to do is get you calls that you can service, right? That come in that you can service and take care of them, right? That's what we're looking to do. I mean, how many calls do you think you can handle a day? Like maybe 5 to 10, or?
I mean, yeah, we're pretty much we're roughly about 10, 15 calls a day.
10, 15 calls a day.
On average. Yeah, we on the average.
Was that-
I mean, with this pandemic been going on, it's been up and down because of the pandemic
Right.
for the past
right.
month. But on any given day, it's more than others. But based on this situation, people have been a little more skeptical about getting technicians in there unless they just definitely have to get that refrigerator fixed. That refrigerator's
Yeah.
going out, and they've definitely been calling us to come out. And with kids being home too every day, the washers and dryers been a pretty big demand. They've been washing a lot more. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so it's consistently inconsistent in terms of this pandemic, but normally we still get a good flow of calls.
Well, as far as being able to handle it, like you got 6 techs in the field. I mean, how many calls? Like, are you guys booked out for a couple weeks, or can you handle more calls like over the next few days? That kind of thing. Like, where you guys stand on being able to take calls?
Yeah, I mean we've been pretty consistent. Our technicians we have technicians that cover certain areas, so it makes it easy for me as the office manager to dispatch technicians in this particular area. So if I got a guy that lives in Northwest Houston, he's going to cover most of the north and northwest. And I have a guy who lives central Houston, so he'd be able to cover the central area. So we got a pretty good
Central
system in
too.
terms of the areas. Yeah. So we got guys that can cover pretty much all of Houston based on location. So, but I definitely got room. I'm actually in position now trying to look for maybe 3 more technicians just to cover South Houston and Southwest Houston. But
I see.
got a new
I
guy.
see.
Got a new guy starting that area too. So, yeah. So Houston's huge. Houston's very, very big.
Oh yeah.
But
and it's spread out too.
we
on
got
top
a
of
pretty
that.
good. Yeah. We got a pretty good system of the areas that we've been covering and assigning technicians to certain areas. And then we have some who can handle more and they can overlap. So I can get a guy that can fill in Katy. He can hit Katy, Cypress, but also he still can go to North Houston and hit Spring, Conroe, the Woodlands too.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah. But I have
Okay.
certain ones that specifically in certain areas they don't drive out of their region, basically.
And then
So
some
that
that
helps
don't
us
do
manage.
certain brands, like
Right,
based on the premium. Right. I got you. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
starting to understand now.
And I
Okay.
got one, right, and I have 1 or 2 that have, extensive history of working with high-end, appliances. So there's certain ones that they will take care of.
Right.
I know I can call those guys and get them to plug in for this particular customer because you don't get them too often. Out of a
Right.
week, we might get, maybe one.
I was gonna say 1 or 2. Yeah.
Bosch call
That
a
sounds
week.
about right.
Yeah, once a month we might get a Viking call.
Yeah.
But I got one technician specifically who does the Sub-Zero high-end, refrigerators and freezers, and he's the go-to guy for those.
I got you. I got
I said
you.
there's like a month. It's like on a monthly basis where you get those calls. You
Right.
gotta look at the retail market. Who sells what? And most of the retail markets are gonna sell your common brands, your GE, your Whirlpool, your Samsung, your LG.
Right.
So your Frigidaire. A lot of
Yeah.
the consumers know. They look at the reviews. They know. Just because it's expensive doesn't necessarily mean it's the best quality.
No.
You
no.
know,
Or the
appliance.
cheapest. It's
A lot of
the
people know
best
that.
either. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I mean, I had a customer who just called 2 weeks ago. She's been dealing with this Bosch refrigerator. She says, you know what? I fixed it 3 times, and every time I get it fixed, it takes forever to get the parts.
Ugh.
And it's a headache for all the technicians. She says, you think I'm just going to stop dealing with Bosch, and now I'm going to go buy a Whirlpool. And her and her husband went out and bought a Whirlpool that same day. They just said, we're just done dealing with it because what they spent on it, what they paid for it, is just too expensive to repair when they have to repair it.
Right.
Then they have to wait almost a month to get the part. So they're just not
Dang.
happy about that.
No, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
I grew up.
Yeah.
I grew up being the dishwasher personally. So, when I first got my dishwasher, like that actually worked. We actually had a dishwasher. We just used it to set the dishes on after washing them by hand because it was broke. That's where I come from, right? So it was. I remember the first time I got a dishwasher that was functional. I was like, "You mean this thing works?" And I was like, and I still didn't use it. I still wash dishes to this day by hand, even though I got a nice dishwasher. I just end up putting them in the dishwasher to dry. No joke. I don't know what that's all about, but
Yeah.
I guess I didn't want to break the dishwasher. I don't know, man. I just wash them by hand, but Anyway, listen, I think we'd be a great fit. Here's what I'd like to do. Let's do this. Let's start small. That way you can see like what we're all about and the call quality that we can deliver, right? And let's do like 10 calls at $25 each. And that's going to give us a chance to see like how it's going to be for us to do business together. I think you're going to be very, very impressed. But I want to be able to show you that. What do you say?
Let me get your name real quick. What's your name again?
My name is William.
William?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, William. And what's your name?
Mr.
I don't think
Williams.
I caught that. Mr. Williams. You're Mr.
Yep.
Williams, and I'm William.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
That's correct. And the name of your company again is?
Appliance Repair Direct Calls.
Okay, direct calls.
Yeah. Matter of fact, if you're in front of a computer or you got your smartphone, you can Appliance Repair Direct Calls. That's plural. .com. That's me all day long. That's me.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm different. You say that's Appliance Repair Direct Calls. Is that .com?
.com. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna look up your site and get a little bit more information as well.
Of course.
All right.
Most of the information, don't get me wrong, I got plenty on my site. That's actually what I use to be able to start up and get an account created and all that kind of stuff. Because like I said, I've got a whole back office and set of systems that I run to drive the phone calls and all that. But if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them right now, whatever it is you're thinking. Because to me, I got calls coming in that need to go somewhere. They need a home. And you're telling me everything I need to hear, which is you guys service pretty much all of Houston and you're expanding. That's something I like to hear. You're gonna grow. So I'm looking for somebody to grow with like that. That's the second thing. The other thing is there's a couple of things here and there you don't like working on. No big deal. The big brands, the major problems that most people have, you work on, and you guys have a high-end couple of guys that work on. You're telling me everything I need to hear to know that you're going to be able to take care of my calls. That's why I'm saying, like, I think we should, just give us a try. Like, give us a shot. Let us show you what we got.
It's definitely appealing. But let me go ahead and look up your site and formulate more questions as I get more information from your site as well.
Perfect.
I'm definitely going to give you a call back because this is right on time for what actually I was just talking to a couple of my lead technicians about.
How much time?
Expansion.
Not to rush you. Like, I got calls coming in, right? So not to rush you, but tell me how much time you need so that I can call you back or not, right? Like, I got to get these calls going somewhere. And again, not to rush you, but I want to know when would be a good time for me to call you back after you've taken a look at what we got.
Honestly, it's more so probably going to be on tomorrow. My day is pretty booked right now, and I got some paperwork and things I got to do right now, and technicians to call right now as we speak.
So Friday.
At least give me till tomorrow. Yeah, that'd be good. Now I can really just sit down and have a chance to. I'll at least have the time to go over the website later on this evening, and then have more questions for you on tomorrow.
Perfect.
Which would be
Matter
good.
of fact, if you're
And
able to sit down,
to...
exactly. That's what I was going to say. Sit down in front of the computer. We'll sit down together, and if you want to do like a screen share or something, I'll show you the back office. I'll show you what you're going to be working
Sounds
with,
good.
and yeah, hopefully that'll help it in terms of questions. But yeah, man, hey, it's been fun talking to you. I don't want to keep you from talking to you guys. I know you got to do that and do some paperwork.
Thank you.
So
thank you. Man.
I'll
and
talk to you tomorrow.
I appreciate that too, and I'm glad you. All right, now take care.
What time would be good to speak to you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but
It's probably gonna be midday. We top here every morning, so I'm really busy with dispatching technicians and talking to customers in the morning. So it'll probably be mid morning or midday around noon, where I could really block some time out. Around lunchtime.
You got it.
All right,
I'll talk to you then, bud.
All right.
Bye.
All right, you too.
All right. Sometimes this is why follow up is key. Sometimes you end up with people that, let me make sure I get that number down. Hold on, guys. Let me write that number down. I know I didn't ask for the money, but what did I do? I knew he was going to. Let me explain what happened on that call. I didn't ask for the money multiple times. Maybe I asked for it once. Pitch, and I asked for the money once, and the other guy asked for once as well. Forgot to start tallying that. Believe I asked once. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I'll take a look in a second. But basically the idea is this. I could tell he needed to go and think about it. But he also told me a lot of good things. And notice how I recapped with him all the notes that I was taking, all the information. I told him exactly why I thought he was a good fit. And by the way, I'm not bullshitting him. That is a good fit for this market. I want him as a client, and he knows that. And so now it's going to be, he's going to formulate some questions. I even encouraged him. He said he was already going to, he told me I'm going to block out some time. I was like, that's perfect. That's what I was thinking. Sit down. I'll show you the back office, right? Because if you're serious about taking somebody on as a client, somebody good like that, that's a good fit. He's looking to grow. He's open-minded to it. He's solid, right? He goes by Mr. Williams. Which I thought was kind of cool. You know, he didn't want to give me his first name. He wants to keep it informal, at least to start. But I gave him my first name, right? Told him it was William. Notice how when he asked me my name, and what's your name again? And what's your name again? He asked me that twice, right, at different times, and I'm able to just rattle it off. It's important to be able to do that, right? It's important to be able to do that. The other thing I did was, you know, he said all of Houston. It's kind of not super important, you know, the geography. It's like, how the hell do you know so much about Houston? Are you sure you live in Las Vegas? Yes, I live in Las Vegas. But I've been to Houston a couple times, actually a few times. And even if I hadn't have been, one thing I can do and I'm in the habit of doing is like looking up cities and surrounding suburbs, if you will. And I was like, so, you know, Houston's a big damn city. Like, that's why I said that, like, just to, you know, kind of crack a joke. But I was like, at the same time, like, you service the whole city, like all the suburbs too? And he's like, oh yeah, we do this and we do that. We got, and all the areas he was talking about, and the ones that I brought up, I know very well. I happen to know very well. So it was a good call. Went through, asked for the money, got to the point where I could tell, okay, he's going to go and go do his thing. So what did I do instead of trying to close him, right? Too much pressure. You heard me say that. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm not trying to rush you here. I just want you to understand these urgency, my urgency. These calls are coming in. They got to go somewhere. They're coming in every day, right? Now that the urgency's there in his face, I was like, how much time do you need? And he's like, well, really, just need today. I got some calls to make, some things to do, and he's busy. Cool. No problem. Talk to him tomorrow. And he's going to be warm. He's going to have questions. I'm going to show him the back office. I'm going to reassure him. I'm going to go over the 5 reasons again why to do business again and again and again, and I'll probably ask for the money a couple of times because he said it's tempting. It's already tempting to him. Could I have pushed him over the edge? It's possible, but at the same time, I want to, you got to understand, you're developing and building relationships and developing business relationships that it's better to start off on, you know, on a good foot. I guess I don't know how to explain that really. I just don't like pressuring people like that. So a lot of people go, oh man, you know, you're, let me pause the dialer here real quick because I'm going to take another break. It's been an hour. It's been an hour already, guys. And I didn't even check 800 link yet. Anyway, all right, so that's paused. Basically, what I'm saying is, let me take that off. Basically what I'm saying is people want to be treated like people. Most of the people out there want to be treated like people. There are some people that just don't care about anything at all. We've talked to a couple of them today, at least one. But most people want to be treated like like a human being, right? And when you do that and you go above and beyond on that, you know, you notice I say things like, well, this is partly my upbringing and partly military, but yes sir, right? No sir. I even say ma'am. That's right, I do. Yes ma'am, no ma'am. And I don't say that to sugarcoat or sweet talk anybody. he might have even thought initially that that's what I'm doing, or I'm trying to be too friendly or something. But that's just, he's going to learn that that's just how I am. Unless somebody's got something to, unless somebody's intentionally trying to piss me off or really be shitty towards me, I really don't have a reason. And most times, because I am human, most times when somebody is shitty to me, I do my best to really step back and evaluate, wait a minute, what are they going through? Where are they coming from? Maybe it's got nothing to do with me, right? And that's not always the case. Sometimes I pop off or pop right back because I'm human, and maybe it's the end of the day. Maybe I'm tired or whatever it is. You get the idea. But anyway, that's a decent call, somebody to follow up with. Now you understand why follow-up's so important. We're going to call that guy tomorrow, his time, 12 p.m.-ish. It's going to be mid-morning. We'll be like 10:30. Be about, it'll be one of our first calls we make tomorrow probably. And we'll get him started, get him going, and see where we're at with the rest of the calls for today. Let me check the comments, and then we'll take a quick break here for a few minutes. Let's see. Goodness, a lot of comments. Hold on, here we go. Wonder if he has a wife. Think needs to relieve the stress a little. Oh, talking about the older guy. Yeah, probably not. It's possible, but probably not. Let's see. You are Mr. Williams and I am William. That is hilarious. That made me laugh. Anytime there's like some kind of commonality or something to joke about, I said, oh, Houston, that's a beautiful city when it's not getting hit by hurricanes. You know what I mean? Like, that tells him what? Like, I not only have been to Houston most likely, but that I also am aware of, like, Hurricane Harvey that hit the shit out of Houston a few years ago now, 2017. It's almost 3 years ago now, but they're still cleaning up from that. Are you kidding me? And Houston's notorious for flooding in general downtown. It's real bad, like it is down here in Vegas whenever it rains. Just any kind of common ground you have with that person at all, including your own name, right? That's something I'm gonna bring to the to the forefront. I'm gonna bring it up front. I don't know if I'm that good. Smooth operator, great call. Fortune is in the follow-up. Yes, Sid, that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Thank you for putting it so succinctly. That is exactly what I was trying to say in less words. The fortune is in the follow-up. Someone's saying my site's not working. Might be that you didn't put in the HTTPS. They're saying, oh no, it's not working for me. You know what? I noticed ClickFunnels was having an issue today on sites being up, including their own site. That's entirely possible what's going on. It seems like they're having some server issues today. So hopefully that guy's able to see the site. If not, then I'll pull it up with him tomorrow on a screen share and show him that way. But since we're talking about it, let's take a look and see. Yeah, it's just ClickFunnels is down. There's no other explanation for it. I mean, it's been up and down. Let me rephrase. It's been up and down for me. Oh, ClickFunnels loaded this time. Let me try it. Try one more time. Why can it not be reached? Server IP address cannot be found. That's weird. I'll have to look into that, figure out what's going on. But I don't need the site. He didn't even ask me for my site. I just ended up telling him, by the way. See, this is what happens. If you're not careful, you'll tell them too much. TMI, too much information. Remember that, too much information. Did he ask for the site? No, he did not. Did he feel a little bit more relieved when he had something to look at? Because he said, I'm thinking about more information, right? He wants to go and think about it. this is it's one of those things where if he's actually able to see the site, one way or the other, today, tomorrow, doesn't matter. He's going to be able to, between that and the back office screen share, he's going to be able to really kind of see what we're all about and like what's going on, right? So yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I'm not sure why the site's not working. Oh, it needs to be HTTPS. Okay. Actually, let me just click that link. That should take me straight there, shouldn't it? Yeah, that works. So hopefully he gets that right. If he doesn't, I'll make sure he does. But yeah, site's working. Cool. Good to know. Excellent call. Cool. Glad you guys got some value out of that. That's the whole purpose of what we're doing, right? That and to get clients. And we will. We will get clients. Problems not with ClickFunnels format, as Art said, must redirect to connect. Yeah, to connect URL. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Let's take a break. It's 11:29. We'll call it 11:30. Let's be back here at 11:40, and we'll jam for another session. We'll see what happens over the next little bit. All right, guys. See you in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Wellness check. How's everybody doing? Everybody holding up okay? Much easier to watch this than to do it. Still fun to do though. There are plenty of times where this is totally fun. There's a couple times where it's not. Just like anything else. All right. Now that I got that in me, ugh, a little more water. The aftertaste on that's a little, yeah. That reminds me I could chew some gum, couldn't I? Could do that. Check on comments here. Everybody's talking about the site. Seems like the site's working. That's good. Oh. Nope. There we go. Okay. Everybody can see me cool. All right. Let me get a little organized here. Just throwing post-it notes around. So you know, guys, like sometimes the desk gets messy. I always do my best to resolve that and get things to, you know, at least some kind of an order, right? So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a, in my tracking sheets here, I'm going to go and do a follow-up list real quick. And that can be part of my sales sales tracking. So it'll go right there, which is perfect. I'm going to recall this. I'm going to rename this follow-ups, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write name, company, number, notes. All right. Actually, before I do that, FU1, FU2, FU3, FU4, FU5, FU6. Oh, hold on. FU6. And then I'm going to do notes. Cool. Go here, pretty it up a little bit. We'll do more of this later, but for right now, this is plenty. Alright. Very cool. So, let's... Oh, forgot a column, didn't I? Email. And, yeah, cool. So let's go through here. Who do we got? Shit. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I don't want you guys to see the follow-up sheet with all the numbers, so what I'm going to end up doing is come back to my face. You saw the sheet. I'll give you a copy of the sheet. I'm just going to have to take the data out, but you got to see the columns that I use and why I use them and all that kind of stuff, right? So there should be no issue there. Okay. No email on that. That was a left message, 4:30. And no email, no company. Okay. So that one's good. See, now I can take that off of my Post-it, right? Then I got another one who is this one right here. This one is all right. What was the number for them? And email. Okay. So there goes that one. Actually, I could do more than that. So there's that one. I'm going to keep my notes. I'm going to keep them. At least some of them. The dial stuff, I think I'm going to throw that away. You guys don't need that. I'm going to keep the notes though, just because. That guy's not someone that I want to work with. I did take notes on that call though. This guy is definitely someone I want to talk with, speak with. And this is going to be okay. Just so you know what I'm writing, I'm just writing notes down for each of the calls that I had. And if somebody's like easy, like for example, someone like Mr. Williams who's fully qualified, I'm just going to write down the time I need to follow up with them, what we want to do together, which is like the screen share, and that they're fully qualified. Definitely like a good fit, right? And the rest of the notes and stuff, I don't really need. I'm going to save them anyway. But I don't need them because I already kind of have them. I know who I'm, I have a short list here. This is what this is a short list, right? So there's no challenges there of me remembering that. I did not list him down on the dials. Did I? We got the 2 pitches, 2 qualifieds, 2 DMs, and 4 calls. So I want you to look at these numbers. Actually, this is pretty good. So if we look at Let me get this right again. Hold on. Got to get the lighting right. There we go. You can see the dials. Nope. There we go. It's weird why the camera's doing that. Anyway, the dials has 4 dials. There's 2 decision makers, 2 qualifieds, 2 pitches. In other words, everybody that I get on the phone that's a decision maker, I'm getting. Actually, no, wait. We had one guy who. Was a decision maker, but he wasn't qualified. No, he was qualified somewhat, and we did pitch. So yeah, I'm at the pitching stage. Remember where our numbers were earlier in the day. Remember where they were even yesterday. Yeah, the list was different than it is today, right? We cleaned it up a bit, but at the same time, the numbers are the numbers, right? You run them long enough, and the numbers are always going to work out to kind of the same. And you notice the flow kind of like a water hose. When you first turn on a water hose, how does the stream come out? It comes out like this, and then it shoots out, right? Like it builds pressure. That's exactly what this is doing right now. So what's next on the list? What have we not hit yet? What have we not hit yet on this list? That's right. We've not hit the close yet. And guess what is next? Where is this thing at? There we go. The close is next, right? The close is next. Okay? I'm wanting to get you guys a good pitch where you ask for the money a few times. But we haven't got there yet. Let me make sure I got all the data here. That's fine. Those are 2 follow-ups or referrals that I could list down. I can do that later though. I don't want to waste a bunch of time. Not that I'm wasting it, but let's face it, I could be on the phone, so I'm going to do that instead. Here's my notes. Ready to go. Very cool. Okay. Got my follow-up sheet. Let's turn the dialer back on. Boom. Boom. We're going to go back. As soon as it saves, there we go. Alright, cool. Let's go back to our, do we have any new voicemails? We do have one. Hold on. What do we got here?
Hi, this is ALC Appliance Repair, returning a missed call. Our phone number here is 251.
Alright, so there's a follow-up. Notice how I don't waste time going back and forth to the sheet. Like, I've got Post-it notes, and all I do is reconcile my data at the end of the day, kind of a thing. I did it earlier than the end of the day just to kind of show you what that would look like, but just reconcile the data, right? So don't worry about where it's at.
Hi, this is ALC Appliance Repair, returning.
Okay, ALC. They sound like they don't know what they were calling back about because they didn't reference it. So it's good to follow up, but not like super important right now compared to running the dialer. So let me log back in because we did turn the dialer on, didn't we? That would be a good idea so we can actually take some phone calls, right? And we're going to run this till 1 again. So let's see, we got like an hour. We're going to run another hour here, see what happens. We'll get somebody great. If we don't, we'll probably call it a day again and come back again tomorrow, and we'll just do our follow-ups. Keep in mind, like, we could be sending emails, we could be doing a lot of things, but I just want to focus on this for right now. I know it drives business. As you can tell, you haven't seen business actually come in yet, but you see calls coming in, and you see that there are people that are serious and that won't waste your time. And right now we've got a few people to follow up with, which is good. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit of a follow-up day, and we'll probably get somebody today, and tomorrow should be interesting because we'll have the follow-ups and the dialer running, both. So we should get several people, or a few people. Takes time to build it up. Can't always pull them day one, right? I've seen many a case where you can, but and also keep in mind, I'm not running the dialer at such an aggressive. I'm running it kind of low speed because I don't want to miss a lot of calls while I'm on a call, right? Especially with the system we're running this through right now. I don't want to, with the dial pad and everything, I don't want to run more calls than I can handle. And so it's running at a much lower speed, I think it's running at 10% of what it can do. 10%. So it's not like super slow, but it's also, as you can tell, I get calls coming in, but I'm also not like running the piss out of it either, which I could do. I mean, I could probably spend, if I tried really hard, I could probably spend $100 a day max, and that would be like just bombarding me with phone calls. I could not possibly answer all of them. No way in hell. But I would get a ton of phone calls and definitely get some business out of that. But I'm trying to just run it like at a nice medium pace where you end up with several leads and several people to follow up with, and then obviously a few clients, and then you keep following up and you get more clients from that too. So just show you kind of the whole process. We'll get into Ring Ads Prime. I'm probably going to turn things up a little bit on the dialer. I'm going to square away the email for G Suite Yam and get running there.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
通讯服务，如需查询请按0，由中文客服为您服务。
Hello, this is a note.
That's no good. Anyway, we'll ramp up with the dialer. We'll have some email sending days as well. Probably do that first thing in the morning and show you what that's all about inside of Prime I'm talking about. And then once those are queued up and to send out, then I'll punch in the dialer. I'll take a break at lunch and do responses or follow-ups to email.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
Oh, somebody called me from this number.
Yes, ma'am. You run an appliance repair company?
No, I sure don't. You have the wrong number.
Oh, apologies. Have a good day. Okay. Anyway, we'll ramp it up. And you might be like, well, why are you going to ramp it up later? This slower speed kind of shows you how things are going to roll or how things work. And then I'll show you what a faster tempo looks like once you kind of get your feet under you, I guess is the best way to say that. Some of you will be able to operate at a faster pace. Some of you won't. Some of you will take a little longer to do that. But I want to show you like what it's like. And how you can turn up the heat if you ever feel like, oh man, I'm bored. Like right now, man, if I were running this direct to the cell phone and just recording this as opposed to doing a live stream, because everything in Ring Ads Prime from the end of like this is live stream. We're gonna do recordings for Ring Ads Prime, so I'm just gonna sit there, hit record, almost like a live stream. But then I'm just gonna have everything forwarded to the phone, and I'm going to figure out some way to record the audio. I think I've got a couple of ideas for how I'm going to connect it to the computer. I'm looking over there for the computer so that you can still hear the audio. But I'm going to run them direct to the phone. And I'm just going to jam. I'm just going to jam, and you're going to be able to hear that. You're going to be able to see me, and same concept as here, only just pre-recorded or recorded. But the same concept. I'll show you everything I ever do in this business, in this agency, right? As I grow it, as I scale it. So when I go make a job posting, I'll show you that. When I go and hire somebody, when I do the interviews, when I do the onboarding for them, when I do the onboarding for the customers, the whole thing, right? You're going to get to hear and see all of that. And that means several updates along the way.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
Who are you?
Appliance Repair Direct Calls.
What
My name's
company?
William.
And you do appliance repair?
I'm sorry?
Do you do appliance repair?
No, I do not.
Okay. Who's teaching? Who's directing that program?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Are you an appliance repair company?
Somebody is. Yes. Somebody called
Yeah,
here
okay.
and said they're looking for.
Yeah, that was
Can you
probably
listen to
me.
me?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Good. Are you looking for more companies to do work?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking for more vendors like me?
Yeah, I'm looking for people that run appliance repair companies for sure.
That's what I do.
Very good.
For 57 years.
57 years?
I'm really good at it. Yep.
My goodness. My goodness. Okay. Well, listen, I've got live calls coming in every day for people that need appliance repair, and they got to go somewhere.
That's what I do.
I mean, they got to go somewhere now. Tell me, do you need more business right now?
I always can use. For the last 50 years, I can use more business. That's why I have a good business. That's why I have a very good business, sir.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Well, great. Just a couple quick questions for you. How big is your service area? Like, what service? Like, what areas do you mainly cover?
Fifth, all the way to the bluffs, Omaha. From Lincoln to go to South, to be out of South, probably to the Kansas line. Then you go over to York, Seward, York, and all that. We have a big area.
Okay.
So how long have you been in this gig?
I've been in it a while. This is all I do is drive phone calls for appliance repair. So it's really what I'm trying to do is find out like things like how many techs you have in the field, your service area, how many calls you can take, what you service and don't service, things like that, so that I know if we're going to be a good fit.
I service everything, sir.
Well, that's good. So you service? Do you service like the higher end
all
stuff too?
appliances, large. I'll tell you, I service all appliances, large and small. I have a bunch of old duffers who fix toasters and that kind of stuff. And I got a bunch of young guys right around the country and fix side-by-side, LGs, and all the fancy shit. And I got a bunch of guys that are older and middle-aged that want to work more than a couple days a week. And they do it too. They're honest, they're fair. We offer a half-price service call. So during 80, we get 40.
I got you. So you do a half-price service call. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, how many calls do you think you can handle a day?
As many as you gave me. I will increase the repair group. I've been in this business a long time. And I'm 80 years old, and I'm old, but I'm good at what I do.
I believe it.
Yep.
I believe it.
And if we get behind a day or two or three, people tend to want to wait because they know what'll get a good deal from me. Like yesterday, a guy called yesterday morning. He wanted his dishwasher fixed right now. Well, my tech was out of the area where he lives. He lives in Unadilla. And I said, well, I'll do my best. But we've been in business forever. He said, what's your name? I said, Major Appliance, Quick Action. I've got 30 names. And the reason I have 30 names, in the last 50 years I bought out 50 guys. These guys built it down. They've been to trade school. And they know what a Phillips screwdriver is, by God. A Phillips. That's not the blade. That's got the little square thing in front of it. A Phillips is different than a blade. And they know what a bunkie wrench is. They know what a crusher wrench is. So they get this big ad, they throw it in the paper, newspaper used to, and they advertise, the best there is, and all this shit. About a year or two, they sell out to me. I take all their phone calls. I take all their service numbers. Yeah. I give them the $80,000 they want. Well, not really. I give them $8 or $18 or $80 or something like that. Do you understand?
I do actually. So you buy out a lot. You bought out a lot of competitors over the years. You're saying?
Well, no, not really. These are guys that don't know shit from apple butter. But they got a lot of they've got a lot of names, a lot of leads. Most of their customers are bad at them. They don't know shit from apple butter. They go out there and they fuck everything up. So I go out and straighten it out, and I get then they call me the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. And for the next 10 years, the customers call me because I know my program. I know what a Phillips screwdriver is. I absolutely know. I even know what a vacuum pump is. You know, I know it all. I don't know about the new gas? Do you about the new Freon they're using now?
No, I heard. What is it? RA22? Is that right? Did I get it right?
No. Nope.
It's not 22.
Anyway, it's okay.
Oh.
They 22 we had years ago. You say RA? Anyway, that's what I do. And I've been around and I'll take care of anything you got. All you gotta do is send them to me and they'll be happy.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. Let's
I'll make sure you I'll make sure you make some money.
Well, normally what I do, I charge per call, right? I was going to say, so I charge per call. I have a phone system where I'd send phone calls direct to you, right? So the phone calls that I got coming in, they just go direct to you, right? I don't take phone calls. I deliver them. Okay. And so that's what I do for a living. And so I charge by the call based on whether or not someone needs appliance repair. I do $25.
How much? Oh, fuck. Hey, nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Now, why did I not take him as a client? I jumped and deviated from the script because I didn't want him as a client. I wanted to shoot the price at him so he would freak out and leave. First off, very difficult for me to understand. Why does that matter? Because I can't. How do you continue working with a client? It's the same thing as like if somebody had a really, really crappy attitude consistently. Not that you couldn't ever do business with them, but it'd be just increasingly difficult, right? So I'm not trying to do that. It almost sounded. I know he's an older gentleman. I get that, 57 years, but man, it almost sounded like he was drunk as a skunk. Maybe he wasn't, but man, you have a hard. I've heard many of people be drunk, and I've been drunk myself quite a few times over my life. I have never heard somebody sound like that not being drunk. Whether he was or not, I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't all there. And then that makes me think, okay, if somebody's not all there, willing to deviate the conversation all the way over to something about pumps and couldn't even, he was muttering, couldn't understand him. It's not a good fit just based on that. So notice I didn't say, based on what we covered, I think you'd be a great fit, because I don't believe that we would have been a great fit. So I say just normally what I do. I just went into normally what I do is I charge per call, because I already knew from what he told me about, we do half price on $40 calls instead of 80. Right there, he's competing on price. And that's like, even back in the days, I say back in the days, like back in his days, in his prime, I can tell you right now, people that competed on price, while there was a market for it, it was very short-lived, and it's been dead for a long, long time. That doesn't mean that you can't make money going that way, but there's only one winner of that scenario, right? Of the price competition. There's only one person that can be the absolute lowest, right? So why go after an award that only one person can win, when there's ways to not compete on price, get the best business, just like I'm doing right now. I'm not settling for a client that's going to be an absolute pain in the ass, either intentionally or unintentionally, or any of those things, right? I couldn't even understand what service areas this guy was doing. It was really difficult for me to understand. Now, here's what's really crazy. Some of you guys might not have even understood half of what he said. I understood quite a bit, just not all of it. I grew up with hearing impaired people in my family. I'm a child of a deaf adult, also known as a CODA, a CODA. That's a thing. Look it up. And so I'm fluent in sign language, English and ASL, and my mother was a nationally certified interpreter for 30 years too, on top of that. So like I know what handicap is. I've been around handicap all my life. I don't know what it is personally, but I've been around it all my life, okay? I've heard people speak with a deaf tone. My father could speak, and he spoke with a deaf tone. And you gotta understand, most people never understood my dad, at least initially, till they understood he was speaking with a deaf tone. To me, it was just like hearing anybody else speak, though, because on a daily basis, I spoke to him, right? So it's really hard to get me to where I don't understand what you're saying, unless it's a completely different language. So whatever was going on there, no skin off my ass, right? So you got to mark it down, though. So that's dial number 5, decision maker number 3. Qualified, I would say no, because when he said 40, on a service call, meaning that's what he charges to go out to the house, where his competitors are doing it 80, which not everybody's $80, guys. Like, there's people that do 60, 79, 70, that kind of stuff. Anyway, let me finish the data here.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press...
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you? Hello? Okay. Screening calls. So 5 dials, 3 decision makers, 2 qualified, 2 pitches. You could kind of say that I pitched him, but I told you why I pitched him the way I pitched him, so it wasn't actually, to me, by definition, a pitch. Like, I didn't say, great, based on what we covered so far, I think you'd be a great fit to take care of these phone calls. I didn't go through any of that. I just said, so what we normally do is $25 a call, right? Because I knew he was going to say no to that, and I was okay with it. I was okay with that. What I'm not okay with is taking on somebody potentially that it's not going to be a good fit. It may sound like I'm looking for like only one client, and that's not true. There are, contrary to popular belief and contrary to what you've seen thus far, keep in mind we just got started in this. I mean, this is not a 2 or 3 day thing to do. This is a do this all day, every day. And for those of you who have seen like the dialer completely overwhelm people on the phone, that's because we were running at full speed. This is a tenth of that, right? So very intentionally slower speed, but to show you what this is all about, how this works. We'll do the same thing, same kind of thing with email, but this is what it's all about. Interesting calls sometimes, man. Interesting. That actually goes over here. Everybody else seems to think he was wasted as hell. I mean, I thought I was the only one. I just now looked at the comments. I was starting to think I was the only one. I was like, Jesus, talking to somebody that's drunk is not really fun, actually. Unless you're drunk too, right? If you're both drunk together, that's actually enjoyable. And if you're not drunk and watching two people that are drunk talk to each other, it's even more hilarious. But let's see. Tomorrow is the last day for the COVID Client Challenge. Yes, tomorrow's day 7. And remember, this is actually the kickoff to what we do in Ring Ads Prime, right? So if you have Ring Ads Prime, or if you're in the mentorship, I know some of you asked me about the mentorship recently, then you have access to Ring Ads Prime, is my point. And this agency being built is going to continue on in Ring Ads Prime. Sounds like he had T-Mini Martinis. Yep, I would agree. Andy thinks he's pissed. Like, drunk pissed, right? I get it. Too much Duff beer. Simpsons reference. Nice. Considering Twilio records the calls, could you do 800 link Twilio cell? I don't see why not, and you could upload the recording. That's true. That's something I'll consider. I'd like to just have it record straight into my recording software, to be honest, though, straight into the computer from the phone. I think that would be kind of cool. Somebody's going to test out those beer coolers. At least he already started celebrating my birthday. Yeah, exactly. Totally wasted. Working on the wine cooler. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Ask him if he can fix a beer chop. Man, there was some just absolutely unintelligible statements. Like full statements. And I was like, totally don't know what you just said there, but I bet money you're not going to remember it in the morning. Don't know about working on it, Sid. I think he's working to empty it first. It's in the AM in the USA. No, it's 12:19 p.m. here West Coast, and that guy, I think he said New York. I could be wrong, but that would be 3 p.m. So he just started early, is all he did. And of course I can't connect to that call. That sucks. Wish I could be him right now. Alcohol's banned since we started craving a beer right now. Sounds like he's drinking a screwdriver. Whiskey for breakfast will do it every time. Yes, it will. Good entertainment on that one. Really drunk. Yep. No, almost about it. He was drunk as a skunk. Yep. I loved his don't know shit from apple butter, because I actually love apple butter. So now I can't stop thinking about this drunk as a skunk guy talking about shit looks like apple butter or apple butter looks like shit. And if you have never had apple butter, you have not lived. Man, apple butter. It's great on everything. I love apple butter. Let's see. Imagine him turning up at your door, beer in one hand, screwdriver in the other. Yep. Yeah. I wonder how many times he's gotten paid with a 6-pack. Wonder how many times that's happened. Oh well, just wait on the next call that we can take. But yeah, I mean, it still counts as a dial. You still add it in as the numbers. You want to be as accurate as possible, right? Don't short yourself, because all the numbers do. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh man, you're a numbers hound," or "Oh man, you're so analytical and you don't care about people's feelings." No, I care very much about your feelings, because I want you to succeed, right? So I care about how that's going to make you feel, what that's going to do for you in your life, right? The way to do that, though, is through the numbers. So that's where let's say this, that's where I start, because that's where the freaking problem is in the numbers. We fix your numbers, life is good. So never skimp on your numbers, right? Like, get your numbers right, because accuracy, I'm saying, because and teach your people to do that too as you hire them. Like, be a stickler for that, because The numbers just are your friend. They tell you where the problem is so that you can fix it, not so that you can feel like a failure, but so that you know what's going on. I mean, now we've got 5 dials, 3 decision makers, 2 qualified, 2 through the qualifying, right? And 2 pitches. Keep in mind, one of those is a follow-up. The other follow-up we had from today, we couldn't reach. I ended up calling twice. I don't like, I don't like leaving voice messages, but you'll notice that I left a message on the second call just because, kind of courtesy. Actually, a lot of friends and people I do business with on a daily, like my cell phone doesn't have voicemail set up on it because I don't want to hear anybody's voicemail. You can text me, that kind of a thing. Like join the 21st century, it's 2020. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else is on TikTok and Snapchat. Like you can at least join the texting revolution. I mean, shit, that was years and years ago, right? So, especially when it got easier on smartphones. So yeah, text me. Like, and you can do voice recordings through SMS. I don't need voicemail anymore. To me, it's obsolete, so I don't have it set up. And people all the time, you don't have a voicemail. Yeah, that's right. What are you going to do? If you really need to reach me, how are you going to reach me? And you'd be surprised how many people go, call you again? And I'm like, that's one way. What's another? I do the same thing I do always, right? And they're like, I was like, what about this thing called SMS? And they're like, oh yeah, I could do that. And I was like, oh, by the way, did you know it's voice enabled? And they're like, oh, fuck, that's right. It's like people just don't even, it doesn't even occur to them, right? Not that it should or have to all the time. I'm just saying, I don't have voicemail set up because I try to stay as efficient as possible. And so therefore, I don't like leaving voicemails because I'm looking to speak with someone. Now, a text is a great way to segue into an actual phone conversation because it's like, yo, you free right now? Cool. Yeah, yes, cool. Boom, on the phone. As opposed to, I'm not a texter to text. I don't text books, right? I don't like writing stuff that are chapters. I like speaking. So I'd much rather talk to someone in person. And that's the kind of mindset you have to have. Like, you get a positive email response back. Yes, I need more business right now. That's me. I'm ready to go. What's the sign up link? I'm going to call that person. I'm going to look them up on the phone number, call them before I give them a link in an email. I'm not going to just, because I want to speak to that person. I still got questions to ask that I haven't asked yet about qualifying. What if that's a totally wrong client? What if he's got an attitude? He said yes, but he's one of those attitude people or whatever. Whatever. What if he's drunk as a skunk or something? I have no idea till I know, and the only way to know is to be on the phone. So that's why I'm not very big on voicemail. I like to talk to somebody. Get me on the phone or text me. If I say I'm on the other line, or if I say I'm not taking calls right now, I'm busy, text me what you got, or do the voice thing inside a text, whatever they call that, multimedia message or multimedia's MMS or whatever it is. There's SMS and then there's MMS, multimedia send or some shit like that. Anyway, the one that uses you can actually send photos and voice clips and GIFs, GIFs, right? I'm the GIF king. I'll send a million GIFs. I love doing that. It's actually kind of fun. Gotten really good at that. Apple butter is the best. 100% agree. Apple butter on my pecan waffle at the Waffle House. Yep. That sounds pretty good. I love pecans. Pecan pie. My dad, we used to do a pecan pie for his birthday every year. That was his birthday cake. We'd stick a candle right in the middle of it. Of a pecan pie. But I'm big on pecan pies for sure. Apple butter though. I'd say, if I had to choose between, that's a tough choice. If I had to choose between apple butter and pecan pie, I don't know. Shit. That's tough. I'd probably choose pecan pie. I mean, I found it first. I had it first, I believe, before I had apple butter. And I don't know. Pecan pie is one of those things you could eat for breakfast. Like apple butter, it's absolutely the best when it's apple butter is the absolute best when it's breakfast, like a biscuit. You know what I'm saying? Like oh man, whew, I'll tear a biscuit up with that. And yeah, I know it's Carb City, but you know, gotta live a little. You know what apple butter's really great on is shit like Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwich. It's already good, but then you put something like apple butter like as the top. Oh my god. Oh, so good. If I'm making you hungry right now, I'm sorry. But apple butter is good on basically everything. Problem is, I like it more on breakfast food, and then I know pecan pie, you can eat that any time of day. It's just as good in the morning as it is in the evening. That much is true. Pecan pie with apple butter on top. I don't know how that's going to work out. Probably okay, you know. But apple butter has a distinct taste all on its own. Like, it's good on just stuff that's plain, like toast. Or if you really want to spruce some toast up, throw some apple butter on it. Pff, done deal. But yeah, something like a Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwich where they do the biscuit. It's a chicken biscuit sandwich is what it is. Oh, man. So good. So good. Just waiting on that next call. Talking about apple butter. Notice how, you know, oh man, you're getting way off topic. No, what I'm doing is I'm keeping my mind occupied with positive stuff and fun stuff. To you know, I've already taught you guys as much as there is to take away from a call with somebody drunk as a skunk. At least he was functional drunk, I guess. That's good for us. You know, we got something out of that call. How to handle it when clearly somebody's not a fit. You can say one of two things. You can tell them straight out, and you know that they're going to say no and either hang up on you or, you know, be done with the call. Or you can tell them straight out, listen, I actually I appreciate your time, but I don't think we're a fit. All right? Actually, I don't say the word but, excuse me. And. But, you guys know saying everything but, right? Everything but the word but. When you say the word but, it negates everything you said before the word but. So if I say, you look really pretty, but, and then whatever I say after that, she's going to fucking kill me. Right? That's why you don't say the word but. And by the way, that's actually something I learned from How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's a great book if you haven't read it. Little shout out there to Mr. Dale Carnegie. But you don't say the word but, you say the word and. You say the word and. So all you do is replace the word but with and it's, listen, I don't think we're a good fit, and I appreciate your time. Or, listen, I appreciate your time, and I just don't think we're a good fit, but I do appreciate your time. Still threw in a but. Just threw it in after I said the initial statement. That way he doesn't think, yeah, what he really means is, you know, he actually gets what I really mean. Because I actually don't mean to be an ass, and I'm not trying to waste his time. I'm trying to thank him for his time. So say the word and instead of but. That's something, that's something you can use in everyday life, not just sales calls. You know? Oh, here we go.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept...
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you? Hello? Okay. Maybe just a bad connection. I don't know. You get some lurkers, right? But usually they don't lurk twice like that. If somebody says hello, they're just going to respond. Or at least make an audible noise when they hang up. Something like that. It's okay. What do we got on voicemails here? Anything new? Not seeing anything new, not yet. Totally okay. Stretch it out. Breathe deep. Nice couple deep breaths. Get some water. Been talking a lot. Is this helping you guys out? You get to see kind of, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, obviously, my end goal is to get clients so you can see what that whole process is like. But I think it's actually cool that we kind of, not like go through this slowly, but slower. I could be wrong. Maybe you guys just want to see me just get slammed with calls. I don't know. You know. But to me, at least to start, you know, this kind of warms you up to the process and shows you. I mean, something else, just for some perspective here. How much money have I spent? I don't know. Shit, $2, $3? Really? I've only spent a few dollars, like $3. I don't know. I'll have to go look at the reports, but it's not much. It's way less than what I spent yesterday, actually. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the reporting's showing. I think I was at. I think that's like $2 or $3. I really don't think that's very much, actually. Come to think of it. I'm using the same number of ports, like I'm still at 20 ports. I'm still doing that for reference, in case you guys want to. Like, if I really wanted to, if I turn this on the cell phone, I'd probably sit there with no less than 30, and I would just my phone would just blow up. But I'd be on it every call. I'd be able to take him and jam. But I'm thinking more probably like 40 ports. I'll jam hard with that. But we'll do that in Prime. Right now, I just want to show you this is cool because I get to talk you through each call too. There's like, sometimes there's a call that comes in right after and I got to take it, but at some point I will remember where I was at in explaining how that call went, and you get the rundown of why I did what I did. So you not only get the call, but you also get to hear. That's something new, something I haven't done before. Normally I take calls at a faster rate, but I slowed it down. I think that makes sense. But let me know in the comments. Let me know if this makes sense to you. Julian, just curious, you're saying that you have calls coming in every day. They need to go to someone right now, yet we have yet to set up a call campaign to generate even one call to test that we can deliver immediately, or what it will cost us to generate calls. I do realize that we will be speaking with prospective clients all over the country. Nonetheless, is it advisable to have a campaign set up ready to go? Not really. I mean, not with my abilities. I mean, if I got, let's say I get a client in the next 30 minutes, okay, or tomorrow, whatever, whenever, within the next, even explaining this to you guys step by step, within the next 2 hours, I'll have a campaign up and running. Maybe 3, okay? So no, I'm not worried about it. In terms of like your shoes and where you're at, it depends on your capabilities, like your skill sets. If you feel confident with what you've already learned in the training about setting up a campaign, if you feel confident that you can follow the bouncing dot on these streams, then for campaign creation, then yeah, I would say then you shouldn't have any reservations or any issues with that. As far as like telling somebody that you've got calls coming in every day, they need to go somewhere right now, that's because I know the market. Without good market research, I'm not going to know that. And even sometimes with good market research, every once in a while, if you're expanding into a new market that you haven't done before, you want to run a campaign beforehand before you ever go after clients. That's not something that's out of the realm of possibilities for you to do. if you're feeling that way. I don't feel that way. I know I can drive phone calls in this vertical because I have driven phone calls in this vertical in practically every podunk city you could think of. So I'm not worried about whether I can do it or not. I know I can. I've already done it. In fact, it's like tying a shoe. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal to me. So for you, maybe it's not tying a shoe. Maybe it's a little more, not rocket science, but somewhere in between there, right? Between tying a shoe and rocket science. Okay. Which requires some skill set or some learned skills that maybe you currently don't have or don't feel as confident right now about. That's fine. Go and set up a campaign then. That's fine. Have one ready to go. This is also why I talk to clients and tell them 48 to 72 hours to set up your account. Because what happens, as good as I can get and as good as I can be, I can set a client up in 30, 40 minutes, no problem. But what happens when I get 10 of them? Shit. What if I can't do them all on the same day, right? I'm just saying, life happens, you know. My mom, you know, she doesn't do so well some days. She's not, you know, she's not very, let's say that she's not very well. She's not very healthy. And there are days, you know, there are times and things that you pick up her prescriptions for her, go see her, say hello, all that kind of stuff, right? That comes up at a moment's notice in some cases. And of course I have to, shit, call didn't connect. Sorry guys. Let it ring and deal with that. Maybe they'll leave a message. I hope so. It's okay. I got a bunch of phone numbers I could just dial and follow up with because they clearly connected, right? Or called me. One of the two. Anyway, there's my point is there's tons of times where I've got stuff that pops up randomly in life, right? And you deal with it, and you do the best you can, and that's I don't know where I was headed with that. Where was I headed with that? In terms of delivery. Oh, telling people 48 to 72 hours time frames, setting them up all in one day. Sometimes that's not possible. Sometimes you got shit to do. And sometimes shit just pops up. So building in some time for me, building in time for myself, like for me, I say 48 to 72 hours. I teach everybody that because it should not take you that long to get your first clients set up like that. And every client you do after that gets easier and easier and, excuse me, and so on and so forth. I don't know what that was. Easier and easier and easier. Okay. So less time. And with something like Ring Ads where it's designed for you to be able to duplicate very quickly. Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
William, this is Adore Appliances. I get your message here about you need to repair something.
No, I'm looking for people that are repair companies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a repair company.
Okay, I got live phone calls coming in, and they got to go somewhere, and I mean like right now. Tell me, do you guys need more business right now?
For now, but this time, I have less business this time, but before this viruses, you know, I got a lot of business.
Right. Well, what I'm asking is, do you need more, right, in general? Like, are you looking to grow your business or
yeah.
no?
Why not? Why not, you know?
That's the right answer.
That's opportunity, you know.
You know, you'd be surprised. There are people out there that just could not care less about growing their business. I don't know what it is, but they're out there. So I'm looking for somebody that can take my phone calls. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, great. How big is your service area? Like, what areas you cover?
I covered almost everywhere except Murrieta, Temecula.
Except
and,
Temecula and
you know, all the way to San Diego. I covered everywhere, North County.
Okay.
Yeah, except San Diego. You know the after Del Mar.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I'm not going that far. Yeah, because I'm from Oceanside.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a pretty decent sized service area.
Yeah, I go everywhere. I've been changing my
many,
band 3 times already.
How many techs do you have running?
Text. What you mean? Calls?
Trucks. Yeah, trucks. Technicians.
Okay. I have 2.
2. Okay.
Yeah, but as you said, it's not really enough. We need technicians around.
Right. Well, I'm asking. Yeah, that's why I asked if you need more business to be able to fill up the schedule of those guys, right?
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, and do you have somebody that's dedicated to like answering the phones?
Yeah, I have my wife is working too. She's my accountant.
Your wife? I got you. Hey, so she's your accountant and phone answerer, man. She's awesome.
Yeah,
That's cool.
she's a big help.
Yeah,
we need
sounds
to do
like
that
it.
or else
Okay, and how many calls do you think you guys could take a day?
Okay, before this call, I took like 8 to 10 calls. 8 to 10
Okay, so you
calls,
could-
but sometimes service call, that's the time I do it fast.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is because I want to make sure that you have the ability to take as many of the calls as that I can deliver to you, right? Like that's what I'm looking for. So if you can do something like obviously there's going to be some days where there's no calls and some days where there's just an abundance of calls, but that's why you book them out, right? You book the jobs out. But if you can do something like 5 a day, 6 a day, I think there'd be plenty to be able to take our calls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good. The problem is if you're gonna go to the house or any place, and then the only thing that it takes a while is the the replacement of the parts.
Yeah.
That's the only time. Hmm.
I got you. And what is it that you guys currently like work on? Like, what is it that you
Any
do and
machine.
don't do?
Any machine except thermodor and
No thermodors.
no. I can do
I
that,
don't
but
blame you.
I just
I don't blame you on that. Like that I get it. I understand. So I'm not upset or disappointed. Okay. Just want to throw that out there.
yeah, and also the stand washer and dryer in a small cabinet that you can't get in.
Right.
Those are hard, bro.
Oh man, I can't even. I don't even
Yeah.
want to think about that. Good grief. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you pretty
But
much.
yeah,
You pretty
we-
much.
I-
I mean. Go ahead.
Every
Sorry.
appliances. Every appliances.
Got it.
Microwave. Yeah,
Oh, you guys
So-
do some of the smaller stuff. My calls are mostly
Yeah,
major
my-
appliance. So like fridge,
Oh, cool.
washer, dryer, dishwasher, ovens, things like that.
Oh yeah. Those are familiar. Yeah, those are good.
Yeah. Well, we figure that's where the most money is anyway. I mean,
Mhm. Yes, you're right.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, I mean, based on what I'm hearing, I think you'd be a great fit to be able to take our phone calls. From what I'm hearing so far, you'd be able to take very good care of them. Let's do this. Let's start small. Let's do
Sure.
let's do like 10 calls at $25 each, and that's going to give us a chance to see how we work together. But from what I'm hearing, I think you're going to be able to take care of these calls very well. What do you say?
Yeah, is that what you call this? Service call?
No, well, it's calls direct from consumers, like people that have the appliance repair. I actually don't take the calls. You would take them directly. I just forward them to you. Yeah, that's what I do for a living.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Appliance
sure.
repair is all I do.
Yeah, all your life.
Not all my life. No, I've been in sales and marketing most of my life. I was actually in the military, and then if you want the whole story, I was born. I'm just kidding. I was in the military and got out of the military, went into sales and marketing. Actually, went back into sales and marketing, and then decided, the thing that's missing the most is local businesses. Smaller businesses, medium-sized businesses. They want phone calls. They want people to, like, you don't want an email, you don't want an SMS, right? You want a phone call of somebody that says, hey, my fridge is broke, right? So I was like, how do I get into business of delivering that? Because I knew, like, it's the easiest business to do. Like, you're going to love the business, you're going to love the phone calls that we drive to you. I know that because I know what the calls are all about. I'm going to love doing business with you because I know you can take care of them, right? We all make money. The client, the consumer, right, gets taken care of. Everybody wins, and I can do that over and over and over again because I'm good at what I do. So, yeah, I haven't been doing it all my life, but I've been doing it for several years now, actually, and I enjoy the hell out of it, to be honest.
That's pretty good. You know what? You said you're a salesman. I'm a salesman for Coca-Cola for like 26, 28, no, almost 28 years.
Really? Wow.
And I know, and I love talking. I love talking to, I rather talk than leave a message.
Yes, I was just saying that to a good friend of mine. How I can't stand voicemail. I can't stand.
No, yeah.
Oh God, I don't even have voicemail. I'll tell you straight out. If you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. If you want to text me, you can text me. But I'm gonna text you back in order to call you, not to text you to text you.
You're right.
That's so funny. That's so funny. I was just saying that. I was just saying that the other day.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I just don't really want to talk to the machine, or I really want to talk to a person, voice on it. But
yeah.
But these modern days, man, it's all texting.
Well, I'm okay with the texting, just not only texting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So what? So this $25 is for call, and do you want me to go to someone's house if I receive the call, or I don't know what you mean by this.
No, it's perfect. Let me explain. So basically, here's the deal. I run ads to drive phone calls for people that need your service. Okay, so they have a major appliance that they need to get repaired. So think refrigerator, think washer, dryer, dishwasher, oven, that kind of thing. So they call you direct because I've got a set up and I've got a whole like system and back office that actually you can log into and listen to the call recordings of the calls that I send you, by the way. And if it's on point, in other words, a call that you can service, then I charge you $25. You book the call, you handle it however you handle it. So like if you want to book it on Tuesday at 10 p.m., you book it at Tuesday at 10 p.m. If you want to book it with one of your techs over here or one of your it's all up to you. It's totally your show. My goal is to get the call delivered and make sure that it's a qualified call, meaning someone's needing appliance repair on a major appliance that in this case would not be a Thermador. So for example, if you got a Thermador call, I'm not charging you for that because to me that's a bullshit call. It's not something I can charge you for, right? Because you told me no Thermadors. Okay, no problem. You might get a Thermador call every now and again, but I'm not going to charge you for it. You know what I mean? Now, how do I do that?
Okay.
Well, like I said, I've got a back office where you can actually log in, listen to the call recordings, and let's say you take a call where you've got a Thermador call and you knew it came through, you can listen to the recording. I've got a system that fully automated. All you have to do is click one button. It disputes that, sends it to my back office, And me and my staff, what we'll do is we'll go in and listen to those calls and say, oh, yep, that's a Thermador call, no good. Give you credit back to your account just like that. So that way your balance is only spent on actual calls that you can make money on. That's why I'm still in business and why I'm doing well, right? Is because I can drive phone calls that make you money. Because if I can make you money, then we can make money together. That's everything I do right there.
Yeah, okay, so in other words, I can control how much I charge them. All I'm worried is the $25.
Oh, yeah.
You know, all I'm worried is the $25 that I gonna give it to you. But if I have a call, and then sure, it's automatic $25, right? That you charge me.
Automatic? No, it's based off of if it's qualified.
If I can do it.
Not if you can do it. If it's based on what you say you can and can't do. Like, for example, you told me no Thermadors. Makes sense. If there's other stuff like that, you know, and notice, like, it can't be too picky, because I've had people tell me, you know, no LG, no Samsung, for example, and it's like, guys, that's the most popular.
Yeah.
That's like everybody's got an LG and Samsung. Yeah, right. So if that's why I say. Yeah, exactly, right. That's why I say this is a good fit, because you're telling me that you could pretty much take everything and stuff I don't even have calls for, like microwaves. I don't do microwaves. But that's okay, because I know you do fridges, and I know you do washers and dryers and ovens and dishwashers. So my point is, that's if you can service the call based on what we've discussed ahead of time, which would be like now, right? And that call comes through, then you're going to get charged for it. Yep, that's exactly right. But that's also
that's
why.
automatic, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's through the system, right? And at any time, you know, like let's say you love the calls, which I'm pretty sure you're gonna, and you want to buy more, you can do that all through the back office. You don't even have to ever talk to me again if you don't want to. I would love to talk to you again, though. I mean, you seem like a pretty cool guy, but at the same time, I don't want to take away from calls that you could be taking for the business. So maybe we'll talk every once in a while. But the idea is, my goal is to get you those calls of people that are ready to go. Like their fridge is broke and they need somebody to come out today, you know, or tomorrow, as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. I got you. But the parts, I need to buy the parts, right?
Yeah. That's all you. Like all I do is deliver the call. From there, it's your show.
Got it.
What you want to charge?
Okay. All right.
If they're out of your service area, let's say that they're out of your service area, you don't get charged for that. Like if somebody calls you from Arizona, which I don't think they would, but let's just worst case, you know, say something stupid like Arizona.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the next county over. Let's just say next county over. And you don't service that area, see, you don't get charged for that, because that's not what we agreed on, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But there's another company that doing the same thing. But they keep on charging the business, you know. They keep on charging like $30 bucks. Yeah, every time calls $30 bucks, $30 bucks.
Ooh.
And then even this person cannot do the job, you know. So
what?
Yeah, there's just like a depot. I don't know. I don't know what kind of business is that. And then they want every.
Yeah, we're not Home Depot. I know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, you know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you the machine that I want service, so that you can give me the machine that I can service.
And you're going to tell me, yes, and you're going to tell me the hours you work. You're going to as far as answering the phone. You're also going to tell me what areas you service, like what areas you take, like specifically. I'm going to get it down. Listen to this. I'm going to get it down to the zip code. Down to the zip code. Like I'm going to get very, very specific. I'm very good at what I do because of how I do it, right?
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of calls, bro. Yes.
Okay. So my point is I want to only get you the calls that are in your area that are something you service during the hours that you take phone calls.
Okay,
That's the
got
deal.
it.
So occasionally, though, you will get a call that's like, where did that come from? Right? And I don't want to charge you for that. So the system is set up so that, actually it's set up so that if I catch it before you do, I'm gonna credit you back. That's how I like to be proactive, actually. So there's going to be times where maybe I miss something, though, right? Like maybe we missed something over here. Totally okay for you to hit dispute on that and let us listen to it and be like, well, this is exactly what we said we wouldn't do. So yeah, here's your money back, right? But it's a dispute process. Like it's built into our software, what we use. It's unique because from what I understand about other service providers, they don't have something built in like that. They just keep charging, like you said. They just keep charging. No, we've got a dispute process built in where you can, at any time that something's not what we agreed on, right, you can hit dispute, right? Obviously, I don't want you to abuse that. I want you to make money with the phone calls, right? And we got to make money together. But if it's a solid call, I mean, you know as well as I do. If somebody's got an appliance broke down, a major appliance, they need help right now. They're not messing around.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
So
yeah,
most of those calls,
I know what you're saying.
Right, most of those calls, you get, like you book the job. You may not book them all, right? But you book most of them. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that guy.
Okay. So are you gonna know if I already served the machine, right?
I'm not gonna know if you serviced or not. No. Nope.
Oh, you're not gonna
it's
know
not
it?
based on.
So I'm gonna tell you.
It's not based on.
No.
No, you don't have to. I mean, you can if you want to. It's not based on. We deliver phone calls based on whether somebody has the need. It's your job to book the job, and then from there, it's all you. Like if you want, however much you want to charge, if you want to take the call, you get the idea, right? That's all in your boat. We don't charge by the job; we charge by the call.
By the call.
Because they're almost,
and now it's
yeah.
me. I pay you every call that I make.
Every call that's good.
Yeah. Oh, that's
every call
okay. Good.
Right. That's in your area that is during your hours. That is something you service. That's what we call a good call, a qualified call, right? So you would pay $25 for each one of those calls, right? Now, with that said, keep in mind, like, you can, if you need to bump the prices, and I know most of your guys, like, I guarantee you, with where you're at, your service area, you know as well as I do, you're going to make money on those. Like, especially with the fact that you're not having to pay for junk. I think that's the biggest complaint in this industry is like that I've come across is people don't want to pay for shit, and I understand that. That's why I don't charge at all for that, and I charge a decent price because you're only paying for the actual calls that are good. That's why I charge what I charge.
That's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable. Just like a referral call, because I do that to my friends. I give them, $20-25, or for a referral call. Well, they give me a job. Why not give it here? Give and take. So I understand that one.
Absolutely.
So the payment. How I gonna give the payment?
Well, like I said, we start small. We do 10 calls. I think that'd be a good fit for us, which is like a $250 deposit, right? I have a website that you can go to and start on your account creation, basically. It's just a couple of quick steps. You got a couple of minutes? I'll get you set up right now. And we'll get going.
I have one call right now. In around 5 minutes.
Tell me when a good time
is.
Yeah, it's Appliance Repair Direct Calls, plural calls, CALLS. ApplianceRepairDirectCalls.com. That's me.
One word.
All day. Yeah, all one word. Appliance Repair Direct Calls, all one word.
With S?
That's me.
Calls?
Yeah, with an S. You got it. Yeah.
Okay, I will go there probably end of the day, and I'll check it out.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm
Let's
interested, bro.
let's do this.
So,
That sounds good. The calls that
Yeah.
are coming in, I got them coming in, so they got to go somewhere. Let's you take a look at that site at the end of the day. When's a good time for us to circle back and talk to each other?
I give you a call tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what time are you thinking? Just in case I miss you, because I missed you. I might have missed you the first time. I don't know. I think I did.
Let me see. Around in the afternoon. It's Friday, so oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I will keep
exactly.
it.
Do you want to talk in the morning? You just tried to set a Friday afternoon appointment, man.
Hopefully it's
I'm just
Friday
kidding.
now.
So what are you
Friday
thinking? Friday morning?
appointment. I in the morning I have something going on in the morning. Probably at
Okay,
noon,
what about
1 o'clock or 2.
noon or 1?
Yeah. Between 1 and
Okay.
2. So 12 and 2,
1
I'm
and
sorry.
2.
12 and 2.
12,
Yeah.
12 to 2. Okay. Got it. Well, hey, man, it's been good talking to you. I'll let you get back to it. Take a look at the site. If you have any questions, obviously, I'll be here for you. What I think we should do, if you got time, let's sit down in front of a computer tomorrow, and I'll walk you through the actual back office. I'll show you the back office so you can see like what that looks like and all that. I think that'd be very helpful.
Okay. All right. This
Sound
might
good?
be better. Yeah. All right. Okay,
All right,
Will.
my man. I'll talk soon.
Thanks a lot, bro. Okay.
Yep. Have a good one.
Be safe. Okay, you
Bye.
too. Bye-bye.
All right, so there's another follow-up. Pretty good. I did not catch his name, but I did take a ton of notes. Didn't want to. Damn, I had a bunch of calls come in, huh? Have to go find that number. See if I can find out which one that was. Hold on a second. Shit, I'm not seeing that call. Let me do a refresh. I'm just in reports right now looking for that phone call that I just had. Should be a considerable amount. Asked for the money once. I know that. I don't even have to think about it. Wanted to ask for it a second time, but I could tell again he's at that stage where he, so that's a pitch. Qualified for sure. That's a solid guy to deliver. So we found two, like, so far, really solid people today. Decision maker and dials. There we go. So we got 6 dials, 4 decision makers, 3 qualifieds, 3 pitches, 2 to follow up with. So 2 follow-ups, if we're tracking that, right? No closes yet. Well, we're packing that pipeline. That's what it's all about, folks. Shit's going to get interesting. That much I know. Didn't catch his name. Trying to find his phone number. I will find it. Just need a second here. Yeah. Shit. I'll find him. Maybe my reports are, maybe my dates are off on the reports or something. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I found it. Yep. And then I'll check the comments here in a second. A little after 1. Oh, the dialers should have stopped. So we might have a couple trickle in. I'll just keep the phones on just for a second. And then I'll answer some questions and we'll be out of here. Nice and easy day today. Fun, I would think. I mean, think about who we talked. We talked to a crabby guy. We talked to a few very helpful managers and did some follow-ups. We had several good calls, a few good calls for sure on people to follow up with and close up the business. So it's a matter of time before we close it, and we know it. That's the other thing. Like, we absolutely know based on these calls that what we're doing is on point. You get to hear me kind of bullshit with people. It's so funny. I was just saying the same thing. Isn't it crazy how like minds find each other? About the voicemail thing and all that. He totally picked up on that. Notice I had just talked to you guys about it, right? And something I said or how I said it immediately triggered him to respond with that. So what I want you to take from that is actually a very important lesson. When you're in a shitty mood and you jump on the phone, like let's say you just got in a fight with somebody verbally or whatever, like sometimes people live in hostile environments. Significant others aren't being very nice sometimes. It happens. I get it. Pressure to make the money, to provide, to be the provider, breadwinner, all that kind of shit. I get it. I do, believe it or not, very much so. They're not pleasant conversations. You have to be able to change your state, put yourself in a better state. That's why I say sit up, stretch, get the blood flowing, smile and dial. Look outside and count the many ways to be grateful and things to be grateful for. Gratitude. When your attitude is gratitude, I say this is my saying, when your attitude is gratitude, there's no room for anything else. When your attitude is gratitude, there's no room for anything else. I'm grateful for the beautiful day. Turned into an absolutely beautiful day. And you know what? When it was not a great day, I was thinking I was probably just going to have a Jack and Coke, worst case, and it's going to be a good day. So my thoughts were still like maybe not super positive, but like birthday drink, birthday itself, that, good mood stuff. Had a crabby dude, had a drunk dude, had good leads, had everything, had the run of the mill, right? Had everything. So you really got a good experience of what that's all about. That I'm happy about. We also have follow-ups to do. You've seen some of the tracking that's involved, making some serious progress, some serious headway. All right, we got another call coming in. Let's see if we can.
You have an incoming call. If you would like to accept this call, press 5.
Appliance Repair Direct Calls. This is William. How can I help you?
Yes, this is Dawn at Herbert's Appliance Repair calling this number back.
Hi, Dawn. Yeah,
Hi.
I called originally. I've got live phone calls for people that need appliance repair, and they got to go somewhere, and I mean like now. Do you guys need more business right now?
Well, we've got a lot. We're booked out 2 weeks right now, and we're not.
Oh, wow.
We're not next day service. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, you're not next day or same day. Got it. Okay.
No,
probably not the best fit.
Mhm.
Hey, let me ask you.
No.
Do you know somebody? Do you know somebody in your area, or excuse me, who do you know that could use more business right now? I got calls that got to go somewhere. That somebody that can take them. Who do you know?
The only other ones that do it are Fred's Appliance, Lowe's, and Home Depot, but they all have their own.
You said Fred's.
I don't know any other. Fred's and Van. I don't know if Vans even is in business still, but I know Fred's. But he sends us stuff too.
Oh, so you guys are all overloaded. Well, hell, how do you guys handle it all? Oh man,
A lot of angry people.
Are you serious?
But,
oh man. Well, I hate hearing that.
And the thing that hurts us is the vast area we cover. So like tomorrow on May 5th, we go to Colstrip. That's that guy's whole day. Then Miles City, his whole day. Gary Owen, his whole day. Yeah, he's our boss. My boss went to Cody. Was supposed to go to Cody J. That's his whole day. One call. So it's kind of really hard. So we need the calls, but then it's hard to fulfill them.
I get it.
And they don't seem to understand that. Sometimes the warranty companies, huh?
I was just saying, I get
What?
it now. Logistics. It's logistics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we only have 3 guys, so
I
we're
see.
small.
You only got 3
smaller.
techs. Got it. Well, if y'all are
Right, but
looking
we
to
have a
grow,
lot
let me know.
Mm-hmm. I can do that. And that's the 267 number. And you're William?
Yeah. William,
Okay.
You got it.
Well, maybe they can figure something out and talk to you. My boss actually is out because of this COVID-19, and 5 children. So,
Oh goodness.
yeah, I don't know when she'll get back to her calls. Uh-huh.
No worries.
So,
No worries.
But
I
I
get
will
it.
put it on there. Mm-hmm. All right.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, I don't know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's nobody I can think of. I really
you
don't.
gave me a couple options. You gave me a couple options. I think that's good enough to go on. I'm not trying to stress you out. I got calls that it's my problem. I got calls coming in. They got to go somewhere. I'm trying to find a good home for them.
Google Billings. Yeah,
okay.
Google Billings and stuff. So, because we cover Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. I mean, it's a vast area. And they're all certified in like every appliance, especially we're the only Samsung certified guys here.
Oh.
And there's probably 80% chance it's a Samsung appliance that they call about.
I was going to say, between LG and Samsung, LG's probably the other 20%.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, but that's good for you guys. You make good money. Yeah.
Well, yeah, sometimes, but like I said, if this guy only had one call in the day because it's so far away, it really isn't making the money.
Right.
They'll make it in the mileage. You know.
Oh yeah. What do you guys charge per mile? Just so I kind of get an idea.
Most of them, anything that's under a warranty is they have their own set prices. They range probably $1 a mile, and if it's a higher end machine that takes a lot more stuff, they can go to $1.50 and up. You know, sometimes it's $2 a mile. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, Miles City was $400 in travel. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the warranty people will cover it.
That's like 2 to 3 times, almost twice as much at least of the job itself, probably. Holy crap.
Well, it is and it isn't, because if, say, he gets 6 calls a day or 8 calls a day, and they're $100 a call, that's $600 to $800 a day, if it's that, depending, you know what I mean? As far as parts and labor and diagnostic call, I mean, because they're $89.95 just for the diagnostics, and it goes up to $130 for the different types of machinery. So if you got one guy for $400, that's really not the same. They don't make their money on warranted items at all.
No, right. That makes sense. So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dawn, thank you for the help. I appreciate it.
Huh? All right. Thank you so much. I'll put your name and number on the side there for Pam.
Thank you so much.
You are. Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Oh, that was weird. There was a bit of a delay on the call, probably internet-based. I don't know. Anyway, boy, I got some good info on that one. And I got some names. She said she'll put it on the side there for Pam. So now all I got to do is what? Call that person up later when Pam is in, because Pam has 5 children, concerned about COVID. Not that most people aren't. I'm just saying, like, concerned enough to not be at work, but the business still running. So concerned about it's noteworthy is my point about COVID. 5 children, right? That whole thing. Pam, Star, Dawn, manager, number. It's just excuse me, it's just robotics, right, at this point. Hopefully you guys start to see that, what it's all about. And that was just one that kind of trickled in because the dialer stopped at 1. So that was a callback that came in. Notice how it's like, yeah, you called my number, and it's like you immediately go right into the same thing. Yeah, I've got like calls coming in for people that need appliance repair. It's the same. It does not matter what they say. They could say something completely off the wall and be drunk as a skunk, and it's still going to be the same line. You still deliver it the same way, okay? In fact, if anything, the drunk guy would be good practice for you. So God bless you. I hope you run into someone that's drunk as a skunk. Just one, though. Just one person. Okay. Not everybody. Where is... Let me do a refresh here real quick. Where's that call? Where's that call? That was about a what? I know where it was at. I'll have to look it up based on area codes. I'll do that later. Anyway, let's call it. I'll check comments now. It's the last call for questions and comments. I'll be sure to check those now, and we'll bounce out of here. I think it was a very solid day based on what I've got. I've got a lot of good information, got a lot of good people pre-qualified on the hook to follow up with. You've heard how it goes on the pitch. You just haven't heard me ask for the money multiple times because there's a point where, and it's funny because we've had 2 of those people that fall into line with that. Tomorrow, I guarantee you, we're going to have people that's going to be in the morning. We're going to have people that are just like, they're going to be in a place where they're not needing to know any of that kind of stuff, or they'll check it out while they're with me on the phone. Usually I encourage people to stay on the phone with me, and that's what you have to take the payment over the phone. Even though you're not taking the payment over the phone, you're walking them through the steps on how to put in their payment information without actually taking that information for security reasons, right? PCI compliance and all that. But these calls, I didn't do that, not because I didn't want to or because I forgot or anything. It's because I did not feel in that conversation that they were at that stage. They needed to stew. These couple guys, as good a fit as they were, they needed to stew on it a little bit. I'm going to call them back. They're going to see that I'm serious enough to call them back at least. I don't sound like a cold caller. I've got a lot of common ground. I'm going to continue to build on that and ask for the money. And so technically tomorrow when I do my follow-up with them, I'll be able to say I asked them for the money twice. I asked them for the money 3 times, 4 times, how many ever times I asked for it tomorrow. Because that's what it gets down to. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what they say, it's going to be, this is the best way we can try each other out. That's why we start small, right? I understand you've been burned before. Unfortunately, that's part of the industry. We've been burned before like that too. That's just how it goes in the industry. That's why we start small. Let us show you what we can do for you. Just give us one shot. And I promise, if your company does even half as well with these calls as everybody else, you're going to be very, very impressed. Sound fair enough? Cut me the check, right? That's how it goes. Okay. Let's answer some tickets. Or I mean, yeah, I do need to answer some more tickets. I'm almost there. Oh my God. I'm in the double digits of tickets and catching up, still catching up, but feeling pretty good about where we're at. So let me check the comments here. As William said, start setting up the client's campaigns. Tell the client may take 48, 72 hours. Yep, you got it. And it adds a sense of urgency to the client as he must make up his mind. Is he in or is he out? Does he want the calls as they need to go somewhere like right now? Yep. You guys can hear the urgency, right? Thanks for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that. I caretake my mother daily, and just staying on the live stream is a challenge for me. I know the feeling, dude. Sometimes just shit pops up. I get that. I know I have to overcome these challenges, build my agency. Right? Good job. Your head's in the right place. I try to avoid adding but in that last post. That's good. That means you're being you're aware. You're conscious of what you need to say and don't say. Right? Good on you, man. Thanks for the birthday wishes. Back off the net. I'm not sure what that means. Can't Toy text him the website and get him to pay while. Can I text him and get him to pay while on the phone? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Luckily, no shove that sales calls today. Yeah, no pressure on the calls. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but okay. This is a really good breakdown over the shoulder type call, the last call. Are these calls being recorded? And if so, when they call back, is it important to let them know the call is being recorded for quality control? Yeah, it is actually. It is. But if you have it set in the system to do that, then you're golden, right? Good stuff. This has been so helpful. Thank you. You're more than welcome. Good day, Donald. Happy birthday. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Okay. Last call for comments, questions. If I missed something or did not answer to your satisfaction, please clarify. I did the best I could with what I had. So change up your questions and or ask your questions, and I'll be more than happy to answer them, and we'll go from there. We'll make this a last call. Last call, last call. Let me get some water. So tomorrow should be interesting for sure. I'm thinking we don't start at 9 a.m. I'm thinking we start at I mean, not that I want to or anything, but I'm thinking what's best for, making the calls, right? Because what I want and what's the best is not always the same thing. Sometimes it is, but not always, right? Just like anything else. I'm thinking it's probably better for us to jump on the phone an hour early. I could be wrong. We'll test it out. Let's stay where we're at with 9, and then as we go forward in Prime, we'll test out different hours. You know what I mean? We'll test out different hours. Can't wait to review this video and listen to what the drunk guy was saying. If you can understand it, good on you. There was some very interesting parts to that call. Anyway. Oh, by the way, did you guys hear how I asked for the referral? I actually had to catch myself twice screwing it up. You don't ask a yes or no question. Yes or no questions, obviously you get a yes or no as an answer. And if it's a no, people are so quick to tell you no. People are very quick to tell you no about anything. And that's pretty interesting in most cases. It's interesting because when you say, who do you know? That gets people thinking, who do I know? And she started rattling off names. I started writing the names, right? Like, that was good. And then she goes, well, but sometimes they send us calls. Okay, well, that doesn't mean they're not hurting right now. She doesn't know their business. They know their business, right? So, anyway, that was good to hear, right? That was good to hear. Who do you know? And I always start with, who do you know that needs more business right now, right? It's always, who do you know that? Reason, right? Reason, and I'll just stop at reason. So insert reason here. And in our case, it's needs more business right now. Can take more phone calls right now. So, and I'll ask it 3 different times in 3 different ways usually. This one, it felt like she was not rushing to get me off the phone, but she was, and not done with the conversation either, but had kind of reached its conclusion. So it was right at the tail end. I think that's why I was messing it up. And also there was a delay on the phone, which was interesting. But that happens. So it's, who do you know that? Not, do you know anybody? If you say, do you know anybody? Guess what? Nope, I sure don't. Have a nice day. Just like that, because that's a waste of my time. Whereas you say, who do you know that? Man, that one little shift totally changes how you pick up referrals. That right there, that question fed me. That question fed me when I was young, when I was very young, and has ever since. But when I learned that shift totally changed everything. I got to the point where it was, I would sit at a kitchen table in life insurance, right? I had a notepad, blank as blank could be, all right, and had a pen. And I would say, and this is after I've taken care of the client and they're very happy with what they have, and I'm excited for them, and I deliver the policies and everything. So this is after I come back, right, and do a good job. And I ask them if they felt like they got good service and can count. And I tell them, that's great. I'm happy to hear that. You know, you can count on me. I'm here for you. That's you see that by now. But yeah, I'm just making sure that everything's to your standard. You're like, oh yeah, everything's great. This is exactly what I wanted. I appreciate you so much, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be around. That's good peace of mind for me. I say, great. Who do you know that needs life insurance right now? And then I do this. I stare at my sheet. I've got my pen in my hand, and I'm waiting to write. And they can see it, and I've sat there like this for 30 seconds. I've sat here for a couple of minutes. And you know what people end up doing? Sometimes they go right for it. They pick up their phone. Used to be they would pick up their Rolodex, right? Or their whatever date book or whatever that's got numbers in it. Nowadays, it's all here, right? So I got to the point where I would sit here and I would be like this, and they would say, well, I don't know anybody. And I'd say, well, you got your phone on you, right? And they'd be like, well, yeah. And this is back in the day of the flip phone, before smartphones really were a thing. So the old Motorola Razr, right? The like world's best-selling phone back then. Still to date, actually, one of the best, if not the best-selling phone was the Motorola Razr. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Interesting factoid. But they pull out the phone. You know how that phone was, right? I had one. It was great. Lasted forever, too. And they'd look at their numbers and they'd be like, oh, you know what? Cousin Bobby. I'm sitting there writing. I'm not making eye contact with them. I'm just sitting there writing. Name, phone number, relation. They just had a baby, got it. This guy, this family member just got a job. This one just moved, whatever. You get the idea. And I would just write down names and phone numbers. I used to walk out of a house. Sometimes I'd walk out of a house with like 5 or 6 or something, or 3 even. But they were super solid. Referrals is what I'm talking about. And sometimes I'd walk away with a whole page and a half. No shit. A page and a half of like solid contacts, right? And there were many occasions where I got ballsy enough to ask them if they wouldn't mind jumping on the phone with somebody. And sometimes I was at the table long enough doing this that on a page and a half, right, where one of their relatives or one of their friends that they were just talking about, called them up and was wanting to know what they're into, what they're doing tonight, whatever. And I'm like, oh, is that, and they're like, oh, no, that's somebody else. And I'm like, oh. And then I motion to them like that, and they're like, hey, I got this guy here, and so I get on the phone and I say, thank you so much for that. Dude, it's a voice-to-voice referral, just as if I were in person with both of them. And it's like, hey, here's my friend William, almost like a handoff like that. And that turns into money almost, not every time, but almost every time. No matter what you're selling, because it's credibility, and it's good transfer of credibility is what I call it. Like there's credibility. Like if I recommend something to you guys, here's what's interesting. I won't say a lot of you. Some of you don't like ClickFunnels, but the very fact that I'm recommending it and still recommending it, knowing that you don't like it, carries a lot of weight with it, a lot of credibility, right? Transfer wise. However, what if I were able to get someone like Russell Brunson on the call with me, and I'm not saying I could. Maybe I can. I don't know. I've never tried something like that. No need, really. But let's say that had happened. The transfer of credibility would be a lot stronger than just me about ClickFunnels and why. You see what I'm saying? Like it's there's something about that handoff where if it's a voice-to-voice or an in-person handoff, it's just worth its weight in gold. And you pull referrals from the referrals because that's how they found you, was from a referral, and it's just expected and it's part of the process. And you do that and it branches out in such a way that you'll never end up hungry again is basically what I mean by it fed me. This method fed me. So referrals is super cool, super important, and always good to do a follow-up with clients after you've delivered. So after I've delivered phone calls for these guys, once I get them as clients, I'm going to go back to them and ask them. I'll have it all in Prime, of course. I'll have those calls there, and I'll ask them straight up, do you feel like we're doing good for you? And, oh, we love your service, this and that. Would you mind just jotting me a quick note, right? Something like that. And then some of them, that's for a testimonial, right? Others I might interview on a video. And then I'll also ask them for referrals. You're going to get all that. Okay. Let's see. Perhaps it's been explained and I missed it. Why are calls coming in that you're unable to answer? I'm not referring to those that come in while you're already speaking with somebody else. I do recall that when I was first part of the original January-February coaching group, calls were being sent directly to my mobile phone. There weren't calls I wasn't able to answer due to technical issues. With that in mind, do you still recommend we go through the system you're using? No, the system I'm using is fine. It's Dollar Central, and I'm running it through 800 link. The problem is I'm running it to the dial pad inside of Ring Ads, and the dial pad inside of Ring Ads is not designed for that. It works to a point, but I'll tell you right now, like what you should be doing and what I will continue doing in Ring Ads Prime is I'm going to direct all my calls through the cell phone and find a way to get the phone calls over to the computer. And it's not going to be, I don't think it's too big of a challenge. I got a couple ideas on that, like I said, that I'm going to try. But yeah, when it goes directly to a cell phone, or a landline, you're not going to have any problems like I'm having currently. But the problems I'm having is with the dial pad, not inside of Ring Ads, not Dollar Central. Dollar Central's fine. 800 links fine. I mean, I'm getting voicemails, no problem, no errors there. Looks like I got another voicemail that came in 21 seconds. I'll check that out later. But yeah, thanks for the birthday wishes. Appreciate it. Glad you guys got a lot out of the call. That's cool. Here's a question. So after we see they don't qualify, should we ask every time for a referral using the sense of urgency again that these calls got to go somewhere? Absolutely. Yeah, you heard me use that. I mean, a couple times I think, and that's or a few times. That's something that's important. Like, notice I'm not being pushy. Did I close anybody today? Could I have? Yes, probably. Did I? No. The reason I didn't push like that is because I don't need to be pushy. I'm looking for the right people, and the right people are worth the courtship, right? And I'm not saying you got to dance with them 8 dances before you get to it, right? But you definitely want to dance the dance a little bit, because clearly that's what they need, and that's what I care about is what my clients need. I'm going to deliver that. Some are just ready to go. Our last call that we had that was solid. That guy's ready to go, and I can tell. Actually, the other guy in Houston, he's ready to go. He just has a couple questions. Wants to make sure he's thought it through. Makes sense. So he's not really got any questions about what we're doing. He might just want a friendly refresher tomorrow. Same for the other guy, most likely, because that's usually how follow-up calls go. The good news is it's all right here. It's the same stuff. It's no different. The only difference is you have more rapport. So always get referrals, always, for people that need more business right now that are appliance repair companies. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys and gals, thanks for joining me for day 6. Man, having issues today. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a good day of calls, I will say that. And a lot of you might be like, oh, we didn't close clients. There's a smile on my face, and there should be a reason for that, right? The reason is because I know what's coming. I mean, I look at these numbers, and compared to, actually, you know what? I have not shredded this yet, so let me show you. Let me show you what, course corrections and small things do, and then you get to see the difference. Like this was, let me pull up so I can see if I'm getting it right. This was yesterday. We had 5 dials and one. See if you can see that. Shit. See if I get it right. There it is. 5 dials and 1 qualified. That was yesterday, right? Not a very good day for dials. Had the problem with the list, like I said. Went through, made sure that I fixed my boo-boo so that we're only calling appliance repair companies, not just all repair companies, right? Fix that up, no problem. And this is what we end up with today. As you can see the numbers there. What is that? That's 6 dials, 4 qualifieds. No, excuse me, 4 decision makers, 3 qualifieds, 3 pitches. Basically, everybody who was qualified, I pitched. That's solid. So if I have a problem, where's my problem right now? Closing, right? But that doesn't count day to day, right? Yes, but every day, no, it's not going to be like that. Plus, I'm also running lower volume. Like we should be at, honestly, for a good day's worth of dialing, like 4 or 5 hours, we should be at 3 times this on every column. So like we should have 15 to 20 people that we've spoken to. We should have 10 to 15 of those be decision makers, and we should have about 10 of those qualified, 9 or 10 of those pitched, and out of 9 or 10 pitched, we should have 3 clients. And so I look at this, we've got 3 pitches, and if my close rate's 1 in 3, which is not bragging here, I'm just saying pitch to close rate, like your close rate, if it's 1 in 3, you're doing good. If it's 1 in 4, still very good. If it's 1 in 5, you're doing all right. You got a business. You know what you're doing. You can even teach somebody to do this. 1 in 6, 1 in 7, most likely you're starting out. You need a little bit of work or a lot of work, depending on just how things shake out, right? But 1 in 6, 1 in 7 is usually where most people that I teach start, because they just don't study the script as hard as they need to, right? As you can tell, you heard me deviate a couple times. You heard me small talk and do this and that, but what do I always end up doing? I always end up what? Coming back to the script. And there's a couple times where you've heard me had to shift into a different mode, meaning I understand this is not the decision maker. Just based on how they're talking or what they said, clued me in immediately that they weren't a decision maker. Okay, got it. And that just comes with experience. There's no way to really teach that. Just go back and listen to the calls over and over again. And when you hear the same thing over and over again, you're going to hear calls like that. They're all kind of the same. You got shitty people. You got people that aren't the decision maker but are cool and just taking information, trying to understand more about it. They know that their boss would kill them if they passed up on more calls, right? So like they're just following up with it and being a good employee. That's what they're doing. That's good. Then you got solid people like what we had today. We had a few of those, and you hear what those sound like. So you hear those enough, and then you hear each type, if you will, archetype enough, you're going to know kind of pretty much every call there is to really be had in terms of personality and what the industry is like. And it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun when you do your homework, right? Eat your vegetables. In other words, do your market research. And you do it well. When you by the time you jump on the phone, for sales calls, you've already been on the phone for market research. But when you jump on the phone for sales calls, it's a lot more fun. You get to laugh at the now you guys know why I was laughing at like that taxidermist voicemail. Bless his heart, right? That's what we say where I'm from. Bless your heart, right? He was having some problems, clearly. We had the other guy who was 69 years old today, and he was in the industry, and it's just like, bless your heart, And then the drunk guy, same thing, bless your heart, like really bless your heart, whatever you're going through. Just not the right people. Totally okay with that, because guess what? We found the right people. Just like on the dating scene. If you guys and gals out there remember what it was like to date, if you're not currently dating, I'm saying, you had to go through probably way more crappier people than I've had to go through to find the winners. I found a few different winners, right? Like this is a cakewalk compared to the dating scene. Shit. This is fun. Not that dating is not fun. I'm just saying sometimes dating's not fun. Most times dating's not fun because you're having to go through all the people to find the right person, Anyway, enough said on that. Hopefully you guys gained a lot of value out of the call today. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks again for sticking with us. I know we're at the end of day 6. It's been a long 6 days, even though they weren't all together. Keep catching up. Those of you who aren't fully caught up yet, I'm excited to see and hear about your progress. Post away in the group about your progress. I'd love to see where you're at currently. The value that you're pulling from these calls is what matters the most to me. It's why I'm spending so much time with you, and spending it in the way that I'm spending it. So I'm grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you again for all the birthday wishes. I appreciate that, and love you guys. I don't know what else to say other than to say I love you guys, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on day number 7 of the COVID Client Challenge. All right, guys. All right, we'll see you later. Bye.